in the Tepin today. We'll see Memorialize try to pick up the first stakes win of her career after finishing 5th in the Miss Grillo last time out behind eventual Breeders' Cup winner Hard to Justify. And a little bit later on in the autumn days, Dance Macabre will try to keep her good momentum going. She does have to overcome an outside post, perhaps standing in her way as she faces Older for the first time. Could be the well-seasoned Poppy Flower, a little bit of a freshening by Bill Mott, and she's ready to roll for this afternoon's race. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. We're on the turf, fast and firm. It's a beautiful Friday afternoon, and we have a Pick 6 carryover here at Aqueduct. What more could you ask for? Thanks for joining us today. I'm your host, Acacia. Come on, as mentioned, a couple of nice turf stakes to look forward to as we do start to wrap up turf season here in New York as the temperatures start to cool down a bit. We'll appreciate the sunshine now while we get it. And taking a look at what is coming up a little bit later on today, the stake schedule for this weekend is jam-packed. The autumn days and the Tepin today. Unfortunately, we are not on Fox Sports tomorrow, but you can still tune in with simulcast and have 4 stakes tomorrow on Saturday, and then we wrap up the weekend with the Forever Together and the Central Park on Sunday. Looking forward to all of that as I'm happy to welcome in my co-host, champion jockey, Richard Migliori. And Richie, it's nice to have some nice weather, some good racing on the grass, and this is really the last big opportunity for horsemen and women to get their horses that want to run on the turf some opportunity to run in stakes.
Yeah, turf season coming to an end, wrapping it up. We had so much weather this year that really inhibited turf horses from having a sustained or kind of regular schedule, if you will. So turf racing's competitive. It's fun. Let's enjoy it while it lasts.
And for that reason, you'll see horses like Voter Registration, a first-time starter in today's Tepin. Again, looking for those opportunities as we near the end of turf season in New York. Here's what's coming up on today's show, or today's races, as always, presented by Clayborn Farm. That Pick 6 carryover, as mentioned, 23,000 plus, kicks off in the 4th. The Tepin Stakes in the 6th race, and the Autumn Days in the 8th. As we pay tribute to the great race mare Tepin, winner of the 2015 Breeders' Cup Mile. We'll take a look back at it as she was just so impressive, so consistent for trainer Mark Cassey, Richie, and dominating the boys in this big effort. She even won overseas at Alaska as well.
Yeah, and I think what you just said is the benchmark of her greatness was her consistency. She showed up. She never left. Took a day off, if you will, and I love the way she finished her races. Her race in Europe was scintillating. To do something so out of her comfort zone, and that's what determines champions to me, when they win, when things aren't exactly perfect for them.
Celebrations after that 2015 Breeders' Cup Mile win for Tepin, as we have the Tepin coming up today, a mile on the inner turf. These 2-year-old fillies hoping for a future that could even be a smidgen of what Tepin was able to contribute on the racetrack. Taking a look at the horse that's 5-2 on the morning line, Memorialize. She broke her maiden impressively here at Saratoga for Grand Motion, and then was 2-1 in the Miss Grillo, Richie, but finished 5th behind eventual Breeders' Cup winner Hard to Justify.
Yeah, she laid up a little bit closer to the pace after getting away a little bit cleaner, and I just wonder if she's not one of those horses who's better off just completely switching off and making one run the way she did here when she broke her maiden. And she really finished the deal. It was hard ridden by Manny Franco, but you gotta like the way she finished up, and if she can duplicate that effort, and again, I think the key is, though, making one run, not allowing her to kind of creep in the race and maybe take a little starch out of that finish.
Homebred for Gainesway by Caraconti. Grand Motion certainly had plenty of success with a daughter of Caraconti. If you think back to Spenderella. That's a look at the remaining runners in today's Tepin for those 2-year-old fillies. A little bit later on the card, though, in race number 8, as mentioned, we have the Autumn Days. This is for the older turf sprinter, 6 furlongs on the outer turf for the fillies and mares. And Dance Macabre, she unfortunately has an outside post, Richie, and Kelsey Danner saying that this was not necessarily the first choice for her. She'd been pointing to an allowance race at Churchill, but their turf racing canceled in Kentucky, so she comes back here to take on older foes for the first time.
Yeah, they continue to have troubles with their turf course. It just never seems like it really settled or knit. I thought Dance Macabre showed a different kind of dimension last time where she really got outfooted. It was a very, very fast pace, and she found herself further back than normally her style. The way she finished and came through traffic, you gotta like that. Being outside, and I'm not quite sure there's as much speed signed on today. I do think she'll create her own trip, put herself in good position. Lady Milagro would be like a perfect long shot to use as kind of a target, a pacemaker.
Given how she has tactical speed, she came from further off of it last time than she typically does. But given that she does have the ability to lay close, how much of a benefit is that for Adam Beschizza in order to navigate a trip from that post?
Oh, it just frees the jockey up so much. You don't go to the starting gate stuck that I have to have this particular trip. Those horses are jockeys' dreams that, hey, whatever happens, we're a little further back, no problem. We're up closer, even better. I just think it really frees a rider up.
Adam said after her Glen Cove win, this filly's done a lot for my career as well. They'll be reunited again today in the autumn days, coming up a little bit later on today. You can play all of the action on today's card by signing up with Naira Bets. Get started, use promo code MATCH200 and earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at nairabets.com to get your $200 deposit match. You definitely want to get signed up, get started with that pick 6 carryover coming up a little bit later on. There's the number 7, Live Happy, a contender in the opener from Aqueduct today. It's a maiden special weight for 2-year-olds going 6.5 furlongs on the main track. A couple of horses at 2-1 at the moment, horses with experience who will look to find themselves in the right spot for graduation day. Trainer Chad Brown represented by a couple in the opener, including first-time starter Sardis, who will be ridden by Manny Franco, and they certainly have had a successful year together. Talk a little bit about their stats, their runner in the opener, and the rest of the field after this.
DeMarchelier offers breeders a rare opportunity as the only son of Dubawi standing in Kentucky. Dubawi, one of the world's most celebrated stallions, is now a sire of sires. This son of Dubawi brings one of the world's most potent bloodlines to America. Now his first runners are hitting the track. DeMarchelier, standing at Clayborn Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Clayborn Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Getting ready for the first race of the day on this Friday at the Big A. 6.5 furlongs for the 2-year-olds. A maiden special weight event. There is the number 7, Live Happy, down now to 7-2. We welcome in for the first time today the third member of our team, Maggie Wolfendale. Maggie, what are you seeing with these 2-year-olds?
Well, Acacia Wajda, as a horse who is likely to take a lot of money for Chad Brown, looks fantastic here in his third career start, but he'll also send out a first-time starter, and that's number 6 in here, Sardis, who is a son of Into Mischief out of a dam who did win going longer on the main track, and the half is a greatest stakes winner on the turf, though that one by Flincher. The foal did win his second start and was second in the Holy Bull that year as a 3-year-old. The problem with this guy, though, is that he just looks as though he needs a race. He does not look like the fittest Chad Brown first-time starter, and you can kind of get that sometimes with the Into Mischiefs. They do tend to carry a little bit more conditioning, but he's really rotund through his barrel and lacks quite a bit of definition. So I'll be taking the wait-and-see approach with him, as he currently is 9-2. Little interested in the other first-time starter to his inside in number 5, Bonus Move. This guy sold for $240,000 after working 10 flat at the Phasic Tipton Timonium sale, which is pretty darn quick for that sale because it's taking place on dirt around a bull ring. So there really isn't that much run-up room to get those, or run-up distance to get those 1/8 of a mile. And he was asked, but he really floated and extended himself and had a real swift and efficient action. He looks quick here in the paddock, and he does look strong, and he does look fit. My only concern with him is actually the equipment that he's wearing, Acacia. He's wearing a rubber D-bit with a burr, so basically a rubber disc on the outside of his bit on the right side, indicating to me, which that burr is going to have little kind of bristles on it, that he's has a propensity to get out. So one we want to watch in how he is running, if he's running straight early on in this affair.
Something to keep an eye on for sure. Maggie, thank you. And the D-ring that you got a good shot there, Richie, the type of bit that Mark Hennig uses on pretty much all of his horses, but that burr really significant, and because the bit's basically shaped like a D, to have that on the cheek is going to apply pressure for horses that will try to run towards the outside.
Yeah, right. Trying to give the rider a little bit more control and basically to dissuade the horse from heading in that direction. Kind of interesting, a bit of an anomaly, right? That it's a rubber D-bit, kind of a really mild bit, but with that burr.
We'll see how Bonus Move does handle himself on debut. Here's the rest of the field, though, starting off with the 2, Stolen Magic.
Showed speed going longer, both on turf and dirt. How will that translate going 6.5?
First time on a scheduled dirt race as well. Here's Wajda, the one with experience for Chad Brown.
Yeah, finished well last time into a very hot pace.
4 is out. There is that number 5, Bonus Move.
It looks like he should be quick just from his physicality, right? And Mark Hennig reaches for Johnny Velasquez. I think that's a bit of a tell.
Next will be first-time starter Sardis for Chad Brown, Into Mischief, son.
Yeah, the mare has had 3 foals to race, all winners, including 1 debut winner.
Here's the number 7, second-time starter, Live Happy.
This is who I like. I thought this horse chased a very, very fast pace and was basically the last horse hanging around that was a part of that quick pace.
And Allegrini, first-time starter by Vino Rosso.
Yeah, out of a mare that ran a little bit cheaper, 3,500. She was 3 for 33 lifetime, and all of her foals have been a little bit more on the lower level side.
You can follow along, get all the stats and the horses, trainers, and jockeys in today's races with free Equibase past performances. Visit naira.com/TV schedule to download your free past performances on all the races on today's show. We have the early pick 5 kicking off here. So take a look at the 3, Wajda. This is a horse who sold as a 2-year-old for $425,000 after a 10 flat workout and has not taken any money in his first 2 starts for Chad Brown. Did debut against the dominant Fierceness as a 2-year-old, and then last time out, Richie, what did you see? As you mentioned, closing into a quick pace.
Yeah, I like the fact that he ran up through the kickback well before he was angled out by Flavian Pratt. He finished well, not as well as the winner who really kicked it in, C-Streak, but these were horses coming from off the pace. And the horses that were involved early, particularly Live Happy, who comes out of that race, to me, I think are the horses I want to look at. I think the pace was so fast, and Live Happy was a first-time starter, should get better with a race under his belt. And I thought he was the one out of that particular race I wanted.
That one for Chad Brown. Chad also has the first-time starter, Stardust, as Maggie mentioned, is half to Verbal, who was a turf horse, is by Flincher. But it's interesting, as Verbal, such a big, solid type of horse as well, so can run in the family. The full brother, Toledo, was third in the Holy Bull behind Tiz the Law, also trained by Chad Brown at the beginning before going to Saudi Arabia, and did have success on dirt.
Yeah, and Sardis being by Into Mischief, you know, you feel like, okay, there's two sides of this equation when it comes to pedigree, right? The male side and the female side. We all know that the female side is much more important than the male side, but Into Mischief is certainly a very strong dirt influence.
There he is with Manny Franco in the saddle. As we mentioned before the break, Chad Brown and Manny Franco have had a tremendous 2023 together. As we take a look at the 23% win average they have together, 8 stakes wins when teaming up, including the one that would make it 200 stakes wins this fall for Manny Franco.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's a great position to be in, to be one of Chad Brown's go-to riders, to be in that rotation, right? And Manny is really, you know, riding year-round in New York, become his go-to guy here. Irad, Jose, he rides other riders, but Manny gets a big play there, and he delivers. And listen, you don't only have to get an opportunity as a rider, you've got to make the most of those opportunities and win for people. You don't win, you're not going to continue to get those opportunities.
He's been a lot of fun for all of us to watch as well. But first, just warming up on the track, our eyes and ears. Maggie, what are you seeing?
Well, let's take a look at Live Happy in here. As Richie has pointed out, he's a horse that I think ran very well, was close to that very hot pace, and the favored winner just rallying from off of it, as he was projected to be one of the speed horses down the middle of the racetrack, and really Live Happy running a similar race to Rathmore, who finished just behind him, who would come back and win his next start. Now, the problem with with Live Happy, before I get to what I think about him physically, is that he was nearly 90-1 that day. Yes, it was a very full field, and C Streak was a heavy favorite, but Jorge Abreu is a guy whose horses will take money because he's very effective with his first-time starters. And my notes, now you're getting a fraction of that, and my notes say that he was small and effeminate looking. Well, he has strengthened up a great deal coming out of that race, put on a lot of muscle mass, so that's a very good sign. The problem today, small field, having run well, maybe a race that's going to produce some quality horses, and you're getting a fraction of the price on this occasion. Now, number 2, Stolen Magic, Son of Good Magic, out of a Tabit mare, tries the fast main track again, but sprinting. While he doesn't look overly, distance meant, he's actually a little bit more compact, a little shorter coupled overall. To me, he looks a little bit more turf meant, to be honest. So we'll see how he kind of plays things out here. He's definitely a player. I can't discredit him whatsoever with his appearance, because he looks healthy, he looks strong, really fit now in his 3rd career start, and moving very well. It's just, I'm not exactly which surface or which distance he's meant to be running at. Acacia?
Yeah, he's an interesting one, Maggie. Thank you. Stolen Magic. We'll see how he handles the cutback in distance. Well, yes, he did set the pace in that September 28th race and finished 3rd behind the very impressive Moonlight. That was an off-the-turf race. He was also eligible in that race, so not necessarily meant to run on the main track. Like you said, though, there's always kind of been the assumption over the last couple of months that it's a possibility. But how different is it, Richie, to be taking on dirt meant foes?
Well, again, it's just much easier. Horses that were entered in the last race looking for turf, they didn't get it. So, he ran okay, showed speed there. My biggest problem with that, besides now facing horses that were dirt meant, was just he ran a mile. The first fraction, 23-3. If you look at the race that Wajda and Live Happy come out of, they went 21-4. If each 1/5 of a second equates to 1 length, which is the general, school of thought, that's about 9 lengths slower than what Live Happy was chasing, or was on top of that pace. So, he's drawn inside. I just don't think he's going to be able to make the lead unless he shows higher speed than he was able to last time on the dirt.
See what he does. Stolen Magic cutting back in distance for Linda Rice as he's 5-2 right now, 3-2 on Wadja. As you and I were talking about in the break, he was 7-1 and 8-1 in his first couple of starts, albeit I know finishing behind Fierceness, who was a heavy favorite. Obviously, after a disappointment in the Champagne, won the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. As Maggie mentioned, C-Streak the favorite last time. But does it concern you for a Chad Brown runner that up to this point he hasn't taken much money?
You know, for a Chad Brown runner to basically go off 8-1 in both starts, that's ice cold on the board, right? Because his horses are going to take money, and rightfully so. He delivers. Chad Brown closing in on 200 wins this year, winning it better than 23%. If you put up stats like that, your horses are going to garner attention regardless of even if they haven't dazzled people in the morning trials. Listen, Wadja ran well last time. I also think he was a recipient of the kind of pace that would, you know, lend itself to him finishing as well as he did.
Where did you land as an alternative?
Well, I wound up with Live Happy. Watching the replay, he was on the hard chase. He was the one involved in the teeth of that pace, and being a first-time starter, and Maggie made a great point, who took no money whatsoever. I think he really showed up. I like the work. He came back, his last work, 48 and change, basically 12 seconds to every furlong. He could take a step forward, too, and if he does, even money for Wadja, who beat him less than 3 lengths, and 5-1 on Live Happy, I'll take the 5-1 on Live Happy.
Maggie had good things to say about Bonus Move. I believe I saw that was her pick. Bonus Move. This one, though, yes, her top selection with that burr that we discussed. Is there anything that John Velasquez will be keeping in mind, especially at the start of the race for a horse that could maybe have the tendency to drift?
I think the best thing a rider can do, particularly with a horse that has equipment that lends itself to the idea that they're going to try to get out or get in this case, get out, is trust them the first eighth of a mile. Try to go forward. Try not to put the bit in their mouth. That burr is there as a corrective measure. If he starts getting out, then you can kind of set the bit in his mouth and use your reins to correct him. But I wouldn't want to start a battle or fight with a horse right off the jump. Give him an opportunity first.
As a Hall of Famer in the saddle, he certainly, I know, has a lot of experience with tricky horses to ride. They load in these 2-year-olds in the maiden special weight, pick 5, kicking off in the first race of the day at the Big A. Track announcer Chris Griffin standing by with the call for race 1.
Live Happy goes in. Allegrini to the outside. All set. And they're off. Good speed towards the inside from Stolen Magic is right out to the front, and there's Bonus Move, who's now quickest. It's Bonus Move, who's up by a half length. At the rail, here comes Stolen Magic to apply pressure. Wadja has taken off the pace now. He's going to track in third, moves towards the outside into the 3 path. Quick gap of 4. Back to Sardis, who's in the pink cap, then second to last, Allegrini, and the trailer is Live Happy. Pretty well strung out here in the opener. Bonus Move at 5-1 has got the lead, approaching 4 furlongs left to go. 22.51 unopposed on the front end, and it's Bonus Move who will take him into the far turn. Stolen Magic tightly at the rail is hemmed in there by Wadja, who's 6-5 and is now alone in second. Back to third there is Stolen Magic. Huge gap back to the rest. Sardis is under a full drive with Live Happy, and Allegrini is the trailer. They approach a 1/4 mile left to go, and they haven't caught Bonus Move. It's Bonus Move who's in front. Wadja is right to the outside and trying to slip through at the rail. Nope, going to go to the outside. Here comes Stolen Magic and Jose Lescano into the 2 path. It's Bonus Move who's now kicked. Stolen Magic is in clear running room now, and here comes Stolen Magic who moved towards the outside. Bonus Move is in for the fight. Head and head here with a 16th left to go. Stolen Magic to the outside. Bonus Move to the inside. Stolen Magic now presses on by, and Stolen Magic wins the opener. Stolen Magic, Bonus Move. Wadja holds third over Live Happy. Final running time, 1 minute 16-1 in the opener.
Stolen Magic looks like he was happy to be sprinting on the dirt after all, able to run down a well-met first-time starter, Bonus Move, who you pointed out to me, Richie. Certainly some things to watch with him in the way John Velasquez was riding him.
Yeah, Johnny kind of kept correcting him a little bit, but while riding him going forward. Obviously, that you point out, a Hall of Famer that has dealt with many different kind of horses, but he was pretty good, and he broke running really fast. but the horse with experience, turning back in distance, Stolen Magic set the right trip. Great job by Maggie identifying Bonus Move as being a horse that would run this well on debut. I think just a horse with more foundation got it done. A little bit unlucky for the 7. Live Happy, and him and Wajda finished in close proximity again. Wajda at a much shorter price.
We'll take a look at the start. Keep your eyes on the number 7, Trevor McCarthy and Live Happy. Trevor almost kind of loses his balance a bit as Live Happy jumps up, and that invites him then to be squeezed and kind of shuffled back with other horses finding their position.
Yeah, I mean, he just hopped up in the air at just an inopportune time, just as the break came. And then the outside horse, the 8, Allegrini, who a first-time starter, young horses like water, flow to empty space. He just came in and took his space. No fault of the rider there. Javier Castellano actually did a good job correcting him, but the damage was already done because Live Happy created his own problem by hopping at the break. And this was a very fast run race, 22.51, 45 and 3, basically 109 and change. This was a real solid effort by the winner and the runner-up.
2, 5, 3, 7 in the opener at Aqueduct. Jose Lascano and Stolen Magic get the win. The son of Good Magic with the victory for Linda Rice. Bring you prices, reactions, and more when we come back. We're just getting started with our live racing action on America's Day at the races.
Speightstown. Munning. Echo Town.
It's Echo Town for Joe Palamo, and Echo Town raced away, and Echo Town is drawing away in the stretch. Echo Town wins the Allen Turkin Stakes.
A sire line so prolific, it repeats itself. Echo Town.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Cyberknife was a very talented horse from day one. Fast horse, able to carry it around 2 turns. Looks a tremendous amount like Gunrunner, same ability and talent. Holds the track record in the Haskell. He won it in impressive fashion, beating a very good group of horses.
His name is Cyberknife!
Excited about him passing on his durability, his soundness, and his talent. He could definitely be a breed-shaping stallion.
Just minutes from downtown Saratoga Springs, you'll find GMP Farm, a utopia of healing for equines and humans, offering revolutionary, customized equine care using state-of-the-art imaging and therapeutic technologies for horses of all disciplines. Immerse yourself in tranquility in our sacred spa, offering specialized spa treatments and holistic therapies to refresh and rejuvenate among tranquil mountain views. Start your journey to wellness. Visit gmpfarm.net and sacredspaandwellness.com to schedule a treatment today.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. Acacia Blonde, Richard Migliori, and Maggie Wolfendale. Happy to have you with us on this beautiful Friday afternoon. Race 1 in the books. It went to the 2, Stolen Magic. Richie, who had that foundation of experience and longer distance races cutting back today.
Yeah, and he set a real good trip, was able to stay in close contention to that. And you see a smiling Jose Lascano, who is a rider's rider, somebody I think all riders respect because he shows up every day and does a good job.
$7.60 winner, trained by Linda Rice, who's standing by with Maggie.
And Acacia, as Linda and I were just discussing, a quick pace, some fast fractions, Linda, for Stolen Magic as he was right off of it. I feel like that happens 90% of our interviews, so it's totally fine. But certainly had the foundation, turning back off of 2 route races, albeit one on the turf.
Yes, you know, we'd had a few little hiccups with him at Saratoga, and I decided to go along with him. I thought it'd be easier on him as a 2-year-old. His mother ran and was successful running long on the grass, but he's trained very well on the dirt. And as we're going into the winter racing, ran well last time. I thought he needed shortened up and worked well today.
Yeah, that's kind of what I thought with you putting him in here is at this point in the year, as this is the final week for turf racing, you got to find out who can stick around and who can be competitive in these dirt races here in New York.
Yes, exactly. I mean, I passed up a few grass races thinking, you know, it's really not going to help us if we run him on the turf again. And he'd run well enough, trained well enough in the dirt, and it looks like he can stick around and have a nice winter campaign.
Well, speaking of one that could have a nice winter campaign, too, is coming up a little bit later in Gunnet in a contentious allowance race. He had a little bit of a layoff from early Saratoga to the middle of October. Talk a little bit about him. I mean, he comes out of a nice race, too, with Durante winning a Greatest Stakes after that. He does like to run second, though, Linda. I feel like that's his biggest Achilles heel.
He does, and you know, I think that since we've gotten him, we've found that he runs better at shorter distances. You know, his pedigree might tell you otherwise, but you know, physically he looks more like a sprinter. I think he's best at 6 to 7 furlongs. We tried him in the Grade 1 at Saratoga, and they were just too good for him. But I think Aqueduct Winner is going to suit him just fine.
All right, well, looking forward to him. Outside post can never hurt either. Congratulations here, though, with getting this 2-year-old to the winner's circle.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, Linda Rice, Stolen Magic kicks off the day with what could be a profitable one, as always, for the Rice Barn. Acacia?
And she strikes again. Maggie, thank you. Taking a look at the field for race 2. We'll be on the main track again. This one a mile in New York bred, maiden claiming race for 3-year-olds and upward coming up. And 3-1 favorite right now with the number 5, Dudley Dickerson. Fun name to say. We'll see if today is finally the day for that over 13 maiden. We'll talk a little bit more about him and the rest of the field when we come back. Trainer Jim Bond, also represented by the 1, Silent Running, who's going back to the main track as well. Talk a little bit more about the Bond family affair after this.
Down to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's Malafact. Nest, much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths.
Idiomatic. A huge performance all the way.
They are 1-2, moving for the 16th pole. Clariere on the outside continues to gain. Search Results trying to hold off Clariere. Here comes Clariere. Search Results right there. It's the courageous Clariere to win the Ogden Phipps.
Curling, the classic sire.
and the field turns for home. Stalwart Member still in front, 3/4 in 1:09.1. Onslaught of challengers. Crafty Friend is there. Lucayan Prince storming down the center of the racetrack. Here comes Lucayan Prince and Crafty Friend. Stalwart Member down toward the inside. Ordway in behind a wall of horses. Devious Course is flying late. It's Lucayan Prince, Crafty Friend, and Devious Course flying on the outside. Here's the line. Devious Course.
Devious Course in the 1997 Cigar Mile, trained by Jim Bond. Unfortunately, apparently we like to torture Richie on this program as he finished second in that race, but it was a nice race.
Yeah, I rode a big long shot named Lucayan Prince for Bill Mott. Thought I was going to win the race, and then here comes George Chavez on a Jimmy Bond train. I'm happy for the Bonds. Still don't like seeing myself get nailed like that, but actually my horse ran extremely well. One of, I think, like 4 seconds I had in the Cigar Mile. It's one of the few races at Aqueduct I never actually won.
Formerly the Naira Mile, and then named the Cigar Mile after the absolutely sensational Cigar, and always special to have that race towards the end of the season here in New York. But as far as trainer Jim Bond, his wife, his sons, his entire family, they're a huge part of the operation. As is often the case with a horse trainer, it's not just a career, but a true lifestyle. And usually your whole family is part of the family business as well. And that's very much the case for the Bonds. And it is a family affair.
As a little boy, this was a dream. We've got a farm that most people would die for. It's gorgeous. We're so proud of it. I think it was predestined for us to have New York breds. I was lucky enough to have a horse called Le Carriere. Le Carriere was second to Cigar in the Breeders' Cup in '95. He was a New York bred. You know, New York's really getting it right. I mean, you look at Tiz the Law, Funny Side, so many great horses, 4-Star Dave. So you're seeing them every day at Saratoga, Belmont, Aqueduct, throughout the country. They're winning races. It's the greatest program, in my opinion. And, you know, we're lucky we're breeders too, so we get a few more awards.
We breed a lot of our own horses, but we have bought some of them as well and put into the partnership. We maintain the majority of each horse, and we sell 5–10% shares. We're heavily invested in each horse as well. It helps us with the risk, but it also gives them a lot of comfort in that we're taking the majority of the risk. These horses are professional athletes, and they're your sports team when they're going in the gate. And for us to share this with so many people across the country that have joined our partnership, and that's really rewarding.
We found this place and we redid it. We've had it for 23 years. It's 44 Gridley Street. We're a quarter of a mile basically down from the 7-furlong pole on the main track. And it's a little piece of heaven. The walk is the greatest thing for me personally because I get to follow my horses, watch them come back. I can make sure that they're okay all the time. It's actually an education process because the horses actually get to be around vehicles, cars, but the horses get used to it. We use clear cord a little bit to do some figure eights inside, just to kind of give horses back that farm life that they started with. I think it's great. The horses are out of the stall for about an hour, you know, which is really nice for the horses. We've been fortunate enough to have some really nice horses, and some of them were a little slow early in their life, mentally, physically, and they became good horses.
They're giving their all, striding with every stride. Will's Way has won it.
Will's Way was a horse that threw his heart out and he chased it. He was amazing. One of my greatest horses, if not the greatest.
My heart always went to Barron's. He ran 6 grade ones, I think, in a row, and he went to Dubai twice. He was just an iron horse.
Tisway takes the Met Mile with style.
Tisway won the Met Mile and, of course, the Whitney, and, you know, then was syndicated to Spendthrift. And he was a good horse. Buddha was an exceptional horse. He was a star. He beat Medel d'Oro in the Wood Memorial. They just wanted more. That's all you can say, you know, and that, you know, we're just lucky to be around them.
We bring different things to the table. I come from a corporate background, and he's the horse person, so I think I see things from different ways.
Well, I was her dream job, okay? We got to straighten it out right now, okay? It's fantastic. We are best friends. We've been best friends for 40-some-odd years. When you work with your best friend, great things happen, and I'm the luckiest guy in the world.
Taking a look at trainer James Bond and his best career horses, some of them mentioned in that piece, and he certainly embraces the name, the 007 Saddle Fall, so you can always catch Richie on their walk over to Saratoga across the street.
I love that piece because it really shows the training regimen and the walk the horses get to take. And I'm a big Jimmy Bond fan, and you know, his wife Tina, the whole family. I just love the family affair that it is, and the job they do with their horses. The care their horses get is so apparent. And, you know, in a day and age when so many people love to push a narrative in a negative direction, these are the narratives that need to be really showcased. There's so many fine horse people that love and take care of their horses properly.
The Bonds will be represented by Silent Running in this upcoming race, this New York bred maiden claiming. They have a couple of good chances on the program today. And you'll always see one or both of Jimmy's sons, Kevin and Ryan, at the track as well, a huge part of the operation.
It must be great, you know, to have that obviously personal relationship, but that working relationship with your sons. And I get a kick out of talking to them. I've known them since they're little boys. And I actually rode Tina Bond's first winner as an owner right here at Aqueduct many, many years ago.
7-1 on Silent Running, who goes back to the main track after finishing third in an off-the-turf race 2 starts back. The number 5, Dudley Dickerson, though, coming in from Parks, a heartbreaking defeat last time out when it looked like he was the winner. And then the other horses came back, and Smooth Motion was the winner of that race. He came back to win again with an 80 Beyer speed figure in his subsequent start. But this is definitely a tough beat for good old Dudley.
You just like saying the name. I can tell.
It's a really fun name. It really is.
Well, I mean, listen, he rallies up like, you know, basically the race is over. And I don't know if it was him pulling up when he hit the front or the winner, Smooth Motion, kind of reasserting himself, because it almost looked like maybe he was waiting on horses. His head was up in the air. He didn't look like he was really trying, but it's a little problematic for me to see a horse rally up and basically snatch defeat out of the jaws of victory.
Yeah, and at 0 for 13, I know that he has been kind of sprinting, long, turf, dirt, maiden special weight, maiden claiming, a little bit all over the place, but he has had quite a few chances. We'll see, though, as he does return to New York Bred Company. He hasn't faced New York Bred Company since March when he was beaten a neck at this level of competition. There's the number 8, Aula, who has had 2 good main track races so far. We'll stretch out a little bit. One of 2 in here for Mike Maker.
Well, I'm glad you said the name Aula, because I was going to say voila. So I'm glad you got me straightened out there.
Aula means classroom in Spanish.
Well, maybe Aula's going to take them to school here, because I love his post. I think, you know, he spent time on turf. His last 2 races on the dirt were good, and he's the horse I want. I think just the outside post and watching that last replay, Dudley Dickerson, I would have a hard time backing him with confidence.
And he's 5-2 right now as well. Those 2 horses are 7-2 on the number 2, Money for Nothing, a horse that finished second last time out on a wet track going a mile.
Yeah, actually ran well, but was at the wet track because, you know, fast track races leave something to be desired. That Money for Nothing. What was the band that played that song?
It was Money for Nothing, Chicks for Free. What's it?
Can't remember now. Wow.
Wow.
So
Dire Straits.
Dire Straits.
That's
Thank you, Bobby
Clapp.
Yeah.
Maggie.
Thank you,
I
Maggie.
should have known. I'm like humming the song in my head and can't think of it. Yes. Money for Nothing. A cute name. I like that as well. Second last time out, but as you said, was at the wet track. Had run in a couple of off-the-turf races previously to no avail. So we'll see what he can do. There's Kendrick Carmouche getting a leg up on the favorite, Dudley Dickerson. I do just enjoy saying
and this is, you know, Kendrick Carmouche still has a lot of friends and support from people at Parks. He was leading rider there for a number of years before making the move to New York, and rightfully so. He needed to come here. He belongs here.
Absolutely. We'll make the trip over to Parks sometimes, though, to ride. As we'll meet the rest of the field, starting off with the Bond runner, Silent Running.
Yeah, silent running has some efforts that would put him certainly in the frame here. He's going to have to work out a trip from the inside under apprentice Louis Rivera.
There's Money for Nothing.
Actually has finished behind silent running more than on one occasion and is a much shorter price.
Yeah, that's just off of that one last race. Waffler goes turf to dirt.
Yeah, only tried dirt one time, and that was on a sloppy track. Let's see if the fast track helps.
Here's Knock the Cat off the Fence.
I would probably fall off my chair because this horse just form needs to really improve, I think. But
First time going long on dirt, if anything. There's Dudley Dickerson.
yeah, listen, he makes a lot of sense. The last race to me was a bit problematic because he looked like he was on his way to victory and didn't close the deal.
Here's Watch Hill stretching out.
Lightly raced, stretching out. Certainly if you're looking for a lightly raced face.
Looking to win, trying to live up to his name.
Well, we're all looking to win. Another one stretching out on dirt for the first time.
Second biggest price on the board right now. And Aula to the outside.
This is who I like. I just think the outside post should be sitting in a good spot. I thought his last race was certainly good enough to win here.
That's the field for race 2. Maggie, thank you for saving us, and at least somebody knows her music on this show.
It might be the only thing I do know, Acacia. We'll take a look at the main 3, and really the board reflective of what I saw in the paddock. It really only looks like there's 3 horses in this race. As we'll take a look at number 2, Money for Nothing. Yeah, little Dire Straits fan, little nod. It certainly improved last time. Now, was it the wet track? Was he a horse that appreciated the wet track? Maybe, but the thing I can say about him is that he's one that's taken quite a while to get completely fit, has always lacked a little bit of focus in his... watching the 8 warm up. I'll get to him in a second, but he's making me laugh. He finally just looks defined. He looks fit, and he was so focused in the paddock, and once he hit the racetrack, his coat is resplendent. Maybe his last race was an aberration and we'll not see him recreate it. And he did stay on the wrong inside lead throughout the stretch run that day. But he was certainly flattered when Kentucky Joker came back first off the claim for Linda Rice, turning back in distance and got the win that day. Though You Tomorrow did not run very well in a subsequent start. Number 5, Dudley Dickerson. If he is 1 for 14, then I don't know what I'm looking at. I respect him coming in here, and I do think it was more the inside horse, an eventual winner, losing focus at the top of the stretch, where once he saw Dudley Dickerson go by, he got re-engaged and went on, and he's well turned out. Like, there's nothing wrong with this horse, and I don't mind getting to the one turn with him. He's incredibly fit. He just doesn't look like much. There's better, stronger, bigger horses in here, as he is named for a actor, a Black American actor, Dudley Dickerson, who had a lot of roles in the Three Stooges movies. As number 8, Aula looks best in here. He was very happy when he started off his solo warm-up with Ruben Silvera. He was doing leaps and bounds like a gazelle going down the stretch here. He's been facing, I think, tougher company in those open maiden claimers in his last 2, especially last time out. He kind of got out-sprinted by gate-to-wire winner in Vodka Mardini, and he's just the best turned out horse. And furthermore, it feels like his last 2 races make him a major player from a figure standpoint. I wish he would put his head down and focus a little more, but he does have good energy heading in to this race. He's definitely a happy horse, which in the past, going back a ways, I've seen him kind of really dull and sullen acting. So I actually kind of like this behavior a bit more than what I've seen from him in the past, Acacia.
He's feeling fresh today, 2-1 on Aula. We'll see what kind of trip he does get after finishing 3rd in those back-to-back dirt races.
Yeah, I put a lot of credence in outside draws going a mile here at Aqueduct. It gets a horse to kind of gallop into the race, get into a good rhythm by the time you leave the chute. You're not in a big hurry to get down to the inside or establish or grab that position because you have nearly a half a mile to the break of the turn. So why get in a big rush about, pointing a horse in any one direction? Let them go straight for at least 1/8 of a mile and kind of find their stride.
That's a look at the number 4, Knock the Cat Off the Fence. Another name that is fun to say for the Cantor-Massey brothers, as this one will go turf to dirt, as we had some good news. Their stable star, Evie Jets, to return to racing in 2024. Kind of the horse that's really put the brothers on the map, Richie.
It really did. I mean, just a tremendous claim, and nice that, you know, for Robert Amendola, who unfortunately passed away, to have her in training and continue, you know, the family keeping her racing. And you can see the emotion involved. I mean, just
After that
fantastic.
multiple win in Saratoga.
Yeah, exactly. You know, just now she's a Grade 1 placed, Grade 2 winner. And nice to see, you know, Flying P Stable have a horse with the Cantor-Masseys, Jay Provenzano. You know, when you have success with a horse like this, it makes other people take notice. And that's how you're going to build, you know, in racing, like any other walk of life, success breeds success.
A horse that, as you mentioned, they claimed. She's gone on to be a multiple graded stakes winner, Grade 1 place, finishing 3rd at Keeneland most recently. Just a really, really cool mare, Evie Jets, that has been very good to them, and they've done very, very well with her and finding the right kind of spots as well.
Yeah, they really have. They've managed her well. They've had her well prepared. I really enjoy speaking with both brothers. You know, sometimes around feed time, I'll be back in the barn area and I'll just go talk horses with them. And, you know, you could tell the passion involved from them. And I love when people that have that kind of passion are rewarded.
For Matt Cann and Ilkay Cantor-Massey, could have another big year with stable star Evie Jets staying in training for 2024. They have Knocks the Cat Off the Fence in here, a filly by Tapret, who was actually favored on debut when sprinting on the main track. She is a leggy filly. She's not just done any running on either surface as of yet.
No, you know, it's interesting, too, here, a filly taking on the boys here, but, you know, stretching out on the dirt for the first time, so maybe we'll see some. I thought her first race wasn't terrible. I mean, she kind of chased the pace that day and kind of ran evenly, I thought.
3-2 now on Aula to the outside. We'll see if he has settled down a little bit after his fun warm-up out there on the track.
He really was high energy, wasn't he? You could see it. And I love the extension of his trot as he was heading back up towards the starting gate up in the mile chute here at Aqueduct, which is just backed right up to the conduit by the Belt Parkway.
Going in for race 2, pick 4, kicking off here as we will be going a mile on the main track, graduation day for one of these New York breds. Here's Chris Griffin with the call.
Looking to win. Aula. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Tangle beginning there for Looking to Win. All kinds of trouble at the start. Is already about 8 lengths the trailer. Tightly bunched here on the front end. Here's Waffler, who's moved towards the outside, is now going to be in between horses. Watch Hill goes right with this rival. Aula is going to be out in the center of the racetrack in 3rd. It's a moderate tempo now, but tightly bunched as they come out of the chute. At the rail, that's Money for Nothing. And Dylan Davis, they slipped right in behind the leaders in 4th. Just in behind that is Knock the Cat Off the Fence. At the rail is Silent Running, who's there with tandem with Dudley Dickerson. And a tall task right now for Looking to Win after the start is about 8 lengths the trailer. 23 seconds flat. Easy opening quarter here, and down towards the inside, it's a big long shot, and Waffler gets passed again here by Watch Hill, and Watch Hill is back up by a half length. Aula is watching the action here from 3rd, looking to get out of there is Money for Nothing, has moved towards the outside, but Dudley Dickerson wanted that spot first, and here's Dudley Dickerson, who's now taken 5th. That's going to drift out Knock the Cat Off the Fence, who's towards the back end of the field, Silent Running, and the trailer. Looking to win. 46-1 for the half-mile time, and it's Watch Hill, and Watch Hill's doing it nicely enough. Watch Hill is up by a full length. Aula, with every shot at 7-5, is looming up on the outside. Dudley Dickerson is now fully extended on the grandstand side in between horses. Money for Nothing's got clear running room now. Watch Hill's very stubborn, but Aula starts to push on by. It's Aula who's now up by 3/4 of a length. Watch Hill very game down towards the inside, is battling on. Dudley Dickerson and Money for Nothing, they're battling for the show. It's all Aula now striding away in the late stages, and Aula, Ruben Silvera, They'll get the victory. It's Aula with the score. Then came Watch Hill, Dudley Dickerson, and Money for Nothing in 1 minute 36 and 4.
Mike Maker running 1-2. Aula finds his friends today, and maybe was sharp in the warm-up. All business on the racetrack.
Yeah, just worked out that really nice trip from the outside, galloped in the race, tracked Watch Hill intently throughout, and just kept finding through the stretch. Public got this right, and very sharp public here in New York. They don't miss much, and horses take money for a reason. And Aula, nice to see Ruben Silvera too. He got disqualified yesterday, which I thought in some respects might have been a controversial disqualification, but gets it done here with Aula with a nice, confident ride.
Gets the best of the stablemate, number 6, Watch Hill, in second, improving when stretching out in distance. There's your winner, but as you heard in Chris Griffin's call at the start, the number 7 looking to win, broken a tangle with Matty Ulver, was very far back early, went right down to his knees, actually. That was a tough break.
Yeah, it was, kind of a different kind of stumble you saw there because the horse really lost his hind end and kind of bellied down. Matty Ulver did a really good job staying in the middle of this one. A lot of times your momentum, your body language, you're going forward at the break. And when a horse loses their footing like that, it's not easy to stay in the middle of them. She really did a good job just staying on.
Tough beginning for looking to win. Aula broke well, though, and he is your winner over stablemate Watch Hill. Dudley Dickerson, who went off at 2-1, have to settle for third. 8-6-5-2 in race number 2. Ruben Silvera, as you mentioned, a jockey typically based more at parks, but we've seen him come here to the NYRA circuit and have some success, and he's an aggressive rider that often pays off as well.
He is an aggressive rider, not afraid of letting a horse use their speed. He's closing in on 150 wins this year, and this is a next natural step for him. He's had a lot of success down at parks in the Mid-Atlantic, much like Kendrick before him, and now he's branching out, seeing him more and more here in New York, and it feels like it won't be too long before he makes himself a mainstay, at least through the winter months here.
We see a lot of apprentice riders, or maybe riders that we've seen on other circuits coming here in the winter. It's not necessarily easier. Yes, you do have some of the quote-unquote bigger names go to Florida or to California throughout the winter. Still a very competitive colony, but it's a good place to kind of test the water and see how you fit.
Well, absolutely, and it's about getting opportunity and then making the most of those opportunities. It's always been a proving ground, particularly for apprentices over the year. The year I had the bug, Acacia, there were 11 apprentice jockeys here that winter. And I was probably 11th on most people's list. And by the time spring rolled around, I was the last one standing. So and I hung in there. But I also was from here, so it wasn't going to be as easy for me to take a leap of faith and move on.
This was your home. $4.90 winner Aula getting the victory in race number 2 at 7-5. More live racing to come. We'll also look back at the mighty Cigar, remembering a true legend. His namesake race coming up in just a couple weeks. More on the true champion after this.
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Tonalist, a 4-time Grade 1 winner with 11 triple-digit buyers, including the Belmont Stakes and the Cigar Mile. He's already living up to his potential as a sire with multiple graded stakes winners, including Grade 1 winner Country Grammar and Grade 2 winner Tonalist Shape, plus multiple six-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. Proven on the track, proven in the sales ring. Tonalist, standing at Lane's End.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. If you're just tuning in on Bally Sports, we're glad to have you with us. Acacia Clement and Richard Migliori here on the set. Maggie Wolfendale with us as well. Thanks for joining us as we just saw race number 2. Richie was a New York bred maiden claiming race where Aula, the favorite, got the job done. Ridden to victory by Ruben Silvera.
Yeah, it just kind of looked like a winner pretty much every step of the way. Acacia poised on the outside there. If I'm ever in a kind of a debate with myself if I'm going to lean towards an inside horse or an outside horse post position wise, going a mile here at Aqueduct, the outside horse will always kind of get the nod for me, and he sat that trip that I thought he would, finished well, showed good energy in the post parade, and Ruben Silvera boots home another winner this year.
Getting a nice victory there. Aula, $4.90 winner. And that is a race 2. We're on the turf for race number 3 coming up, going a mile and a 16th for 3-year-olds and upward. The entry currently a very short price. Mike Baker looking for another one with Ocala Dream. Chad Brown is the other part of the entry with Emirati. I would imagine Emirati, with the back class that he does have, one that's taking quite a bit of money, though. Ocala Dream coming off a nice win last time out as well. As we mentioned before the break, coming up in just a couple of weeks, we'll have the Cigar Mile here at Aqueduct when we pay tribute to a true legend. You might remember the mighty Cigar and what he did throughout his incredible career and that 16 race win streak. He truly was the unconquerable Cigar.
For every great champion, there is a unique story. And for 2-time Horse of the Year Cigar, his road to glory began in his 5th start for Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott, who believed the Maryland-bred son of Palace Music had more talent than he had shown in 11 straight grass races.
The last time he had run on the turf, I think Julie Crone had ridden him and said, well, he galloped back good on the dirt. And I said, well, maybe it's time we try the dirt. So we were over here in October, and we really didn't know what to expect. He reeled off some pretty fast fractions, but he just kept widening his margin, and then came back about a month later and won the Naira Mile.
Cigar running a monstrous race today. Beat double is due by 6 lengths.
Cigar would go on to win 14 more consecutive races, but possibly his most impressive and memorable performance came in the 1995 Breeders' Cup Classic.
It was a sloppy track, and I didn't know what to expect. I mean, he had never run in the mud before. Now we're facing a new challenge, and Jerry Bailey's holding on to him, waiting for him to go, and when he released him, I mean, he just, like you shot him out of a cannon.
Cigar! Cigar makes his move, and he sweeps to the lead with a dramatic rush, a quarter of a mile between Cigar and a perfect season. Jerry Bailey calls on Cigar for everything he has, and here he is, the incomparable, invincible, unbeatable Cigar!
Throughout his mighty 2-year reign as the best horse in America, if not the world, Cigar not only won the admiration of the most avid racing fan, but also captured the attention of the general public and made them fans as well.
You know, the great thing about his career was it lasted over a 3-year period. You know, good horses sometimes are limited to 1 year where they hold their form to that top level. It's very difficult to keep any top horse in form for 2 full years. He became such a fan favorite, and he was America's horse. You know, Mr. Paulson's colors with the red, white, and blue, and we took him everywhere. We took him east, west, we took him abroad. Finally, it got to the point where people were saying, man, let's go see him. Let's just go watch him.
So, when it was announced that Cigar would be retired at the end of the '96 season, Connections made sure that America's Racehorse was sent off in style. And what better way to do so than to van him into the middle of Manhattan to the world's most famous arena, Madison Square Garden.
Mrs. Paulson was into the show horse world as well, and they had the National Horse Show at Madison Square Garden, and she said she wanted to take him down there and parade him, and I thought she was absolutely crazy. But as it worked out, Bailey and I skipped the races that day. We both rode down on the horse van with him, and it really turned out to be probably one of the greatest experiences I've ever had. We brought him in and they turned the spotlight on him. I mean, everybody stood up, and it was exciting for me, and I think everybody that had ever worked around him and seen him for that matter.
Just an amazing story and really amazing racehorse as well, Richie. Two-time Horse of the Year, 12 career Grade 1 wins.
It's incredible. What a job Bill Mott did to be able to keep this horse in that kind of form for that elongated period of time. And Jerry Bailey and Cigar were a match made in heaven. A lot of pressure comes with riding a high-profile horse that continues to win, and the expectation, nothing short of victory, is acceptable. And Jerry was the perfect pilot for him. It was really fun to watch, and I was always happy that they had that kind of send-off for him, taking him to the Garden, and that van, and him going through the streets of New York, and for Jerry Bailey to take off horses, he was a very competitive guy and do that. And I know that, talking to him about it years later, how much he was happy that he did it, that he wasn't sure he was doing the right thing. But then when he was able to partake in that and realize the magnitude of this horse. And really, again, sometimes there's a horse and a rider that it were just destined for each other. And I think that was the case. And Bill Mott could not have handled him any better.
Such an incredible racehorse, and we pay tribute to Cigar with his namesake race towards the end of the New York season, December 2nd, Cigar Mile Day, as we have 4 graded stakes that afternoon to look forward to.
Yeah, terrific day of racing, and I always love the Remsen and the Demoiselle because it's always about the future. The Go for One, now at Grade 3, at one time was a Grade 1, named for the great race mare, but Cigar Mile, always a marquee race. You get sprinters stretching out and routers turning back. I love when the two worlds collide.
Some talented horses looking for another graded stakes opportunity at the end of the year. Looking forward to that. But first, we have these turf runners coming up in race number 3. That's a look at the 3 Carpenter's Call for Bill Mott and New Gelding in the paddock. We'll talk a little bit more about him and the rest of the field after this on America's Day at the Races.
What's better than one fill? 2 fills.
That was a keen turn of speed.
2 stakes wins at 2.
And it's 2 fills.
2 5.5 Ragazins.
And the son of hard spun.
2 105 buyers, including the Kentucky Derby.
And a passion run by 2 fills.
In the last 15 derbies, no horse has been faster.
This is a serious 3-year-old.
And at 12.5, you'd better book fast. 2 fills, this year's fastest 3-year-old around 2 turns.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Hey, and welcome back to America's Day at the Races here on FS2, and we are proudly brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, check out americasbestracing.net today. Horses in the paddock for today's third race, and a pretty, well, I thought contentious race, though the board going all in on the Michael Dubb entry in here. But Chad Brown will also, in addition to Emirati, one of the favorites, send out a horse coming back off of quite a long layoff, and that's number 8 in here, English B, who in his last effort got pretty comfortable on the front end down at Keeneland, going the 1 1/8 distance. So looking at him, he's definitely the atypical English Channel type of horse. English Channels, well, A, are typically chestnut, and B, they tend to be slighter framed individuals. Not him. While he is short in stature, he is very round, and that's the same thing I thought about him going back to when I saw him early in 2022. He looks fit enough here. The biggest concern for me is, while he physically looks like a horse where maybe shorter is better, I don't know. Given his performances at longer distances, it just feels like he's a horse that wants to be A, forward, and B, just kind of get in that rhythm and grind it out, where I feel like you have to have a little bit more of gears in these mile and 16th races. As we'll check in with the rail runner, that's number 3, Carpenter's Call. Obviously, something may have gone wrong in what was a loaded optional allowance at Gulfstream, with Up to the Mark winning there, Smoking Tea. Obviously, Up to the Mark is a leading candidate for horse of the year, not horse of the year, champion turf horse. But looking at this guy, I don't have notes on him. I'm sure Acacia can enlighten us a little bit. Maybe she's familiar with him. I got the impression that he was a big, good-looking type, but now he comes back as a gelding. So he is a little bit lighter, a little bit more aerodynamic in the way that he looks, but he is sharp coming in here for a horse that at times, guys, can lay forward. So I'm hoping that Junior Alvarado takes advantage of that inside post, Acacia.
See what he does. Maggie, thank you. More on him in a moment. There is the plain part of the entry, the one Ocala Dream.
Yeah, probably is more heralded stablemate taking the money, but he's a good backup plan.
And here is Emirati, graded stakes winner.
Yeah, he makes too much sense to me at a short price.
The 2 High Tide.
Yeah, you get Dylan Davis, more of a deep closing type that is going to have to come up with one of his best races here.
Carpenter's Call will break from the rail.
Could be fresh, could have speed from the inside like Maggie talked about.
Here's Wow What a Summer.
Ships in for Chucky Lawrence. Going to have to also pick it up a bit.
Crabs and Beer.
Sounds like a plan. Another
it's a good name for a Maryland bred.
Yeah, absolutely. And this guy is a Maryland bred coming out of Maryland Million Turf Stakes. Going to have to improve.
Nolo Contesto went by. Here's Running B.
Yeah, a horse that can be forward. I don't see a tremendous amount of pace in here. Coming off a layoff. Usually Chad Brown's okay off of layoffs, though.
And Maxwell Esquire, big price to the outside.
Yeah, big price, stepping up in company, is going to have to find a race in his distant past.
That's the field for race 3. Taking a look at Emirati, as mentioned, he's a graded stakes winner. He won the Bernard Baruch and tried to defend his title this year, though off much different circumstances. This is his last race when he was just beaten by Fort Washington. Very tight photo finish in the top 3.
You saw the way he was traveling in behind horses. He was cruising, and man, he angled him out quickly, and it looked like he was just going to inhale this group, but they finished up. They came home running. It was a slow pace. Did he hang a little, or did these horses just have enough to kind of fight him off and come back? Really a little problematic at a short price, because there was another one, kind of like we were looking at Dudley Dickerson in the last race, that looked like he had to win from that position and didn't get it done.
And just missed in there. Fort Washington was, I think, a huge player in that race, and we'll see what he does part of the entry at 4 to 5. As let's go back to the 3, Carpenter's Call. Quickly, wanted to circle back to what Maggie was saying. The only time I ever saw him was in April of last year in the Appleton, when he went a mile down at Gulfstream, finishing 3rd. But he was a horse that I had written that day that was a good distance for him, and that he was very forward. So obviously haven't seen him since then, Richie, but there can be a number of reasons for gelding for horses, as it could be to lighten them up a little bit. It could be if they lack some focus, or it could be to kind of re-engage them into their job a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of times people automatically figure it's some kind of behavioral thing. There are a lot of reasons why to geld a horse. Honestly, I think more horses should be gelded. I think it keeps them sounder, keeps them around longer, because they do lighten up, like Maggie talked about. From the inside, in a race that really kind of crying out for someone to take control of this race, might behoove Junior Alvarado, no pun intended, to just let him go on, let him run to the turn, see if we can kind of control things.
He used to show some speed. We'll see if he can do that now as a gelding. Let's go back to Maggie for more.
Yeah, I wonder if it really there was a reason to geld this horse other than the fact that maybe he came out of that race with another issue. And look, he's a son of Taurus that they only paid $65,000 for. He's not a great stakes winner. What's he going to do? He should just be at gelding. So I like him in here. I think he could be really effective, and I'm going to go with him at 10-1. As I do want to check in with another long shot in number 7 in here, Nolo Contesto. I know I'm kind of stretching things a little bit here at 22-1, and I don't necessarily trust horses claimed from David Jacobson. But I feel like Fernando Abreu has done great work with his claims, especially when switching them to the turf. And Nolo Contesto, second off the claim, looks better than ever. And he's a little framed more to go a little bit longer. And I'm wondering what they do with him if being forward is actually going to play out to be an advantage in this race, as he was pretty keen in the paddock too. So just thought he was worth a mention because he does look as though he's doing better than ever. And Nappy does reach out to Jose Ortiz for the mount. Emirati, fine. He's the favorite. The consolation prize here with number 1, Ocala Dream. Just want to mention that I'm noticing different equipment on this guy than usual. And I'm sure one of you two were in the paddock the last time he ran, but wearing a ring bit and a burr on the outside. So I had never noticed that with him before, but he is coming off a little bit of a freshening. Wondering, Acacia, Richie, if that is new.
I don't believe I was in the paddock for his last race. Was it you, Richie?
I don't remember seeing that equipment on him. So, I mean, I don't think they would change the equipment off a win, though.
Yeah, so it's possible. Yeah. Maggie certainly knows the horse better than all of us. Trained by Tom Morley, who had a lot of success with him along the way. And Ocala Dream, who also has quite a bit of back class coming off of that victory. Obviously, he's going to have to face some saltier competition today, coming out of those New York bred restricted to other than races. See what he can do now. And talking about that burr equipment again for horses that have the tendency to get out a little bit. 6-5 now, though, on the number 8 running B. I know that he ran a quick race before the layoff, and Chad Brown certainly can have horses ready, but is that a bit of a short price for you off such a big break?
You know, it feels like it to me. And again, you know, admittedly, Chad Brown does tremendous work off of layoffs, probably better than anybody. But he's also a horse that's forward, and I feel like those horses are a little harder to get completely fit for their first start back because they're going to run more of the race. It's a little different when you've got a horse that's going to make one run, right? Kind of switch them off, put them to sleep, and then produce them for that one kick as opposed to a horse that's going to be involved and maybe have to work harder for a longer period of the race.
Very good point. We'll see what he's able to do off that big layoff, as running B has not run since October of 2022. Nolo Contesto, Maggie brought up some points about him, and he is stretching back out, and he could potentially be forwardly placed. Fernando Abreu, who we've talked about quite a bit, I mean, you see, just with a limited number of runners, has had a lot of success in spotting them well on the NYRA circuit, has also done a good job over the summer in claiming horses as well.
Yeah, I mean, he's really done a terrific job. The, am I saying this right? Patterpop? Or is it Peter Pop? Stable. His owner.
Yes, I'm not sure.
You know, I think
I don't want to say it wrong. Sorry.
Yeah, well, I'll take it. But I think they've really done a good job identifying horses to claim. And Fernando Abreu worked for Alan Jerkins for as long as I could remember, you know, and if you learn from somebody like Alan Jerkins and you're in that atmosphere constantly, you've got to be a good horseman. Alan wouldn't keep you around for very long, and you're going to learn a great deal. So, he's somebody I root for, and I think he does a tremendous job.
Even money on the entry, though, between Emirati and Ocala Dream. We'll see if one of them can get the job done in this salty group of allowance turf runners. Going 1 mile and a 16th. Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
Goes in. Going through the front of the gate there was Emirati. Really stirred up Carpenter's Call. Carpenter's Call. Acted up in the gate. Junior Alvarado now back aboard. Reloading Emirati. Moves forward. And goes in. And they're off. Slight stumble there for Ocala Dream at the start. Here's Running B with early speed right out to the front, and we'll cross over. It's going to be Running B to take him into that first turn. Following that is going to be Maxwell Esquire, and tracking right in behind them, that's Manny Franco with Emirati. Cornering wide there is going to be Nolo Contesto, and even wider than that was High Tide in the blue cap, who now wants to apply some pressure to the leader. It's Running B who's in front. Running B is up by a half length, and here comes High Tide, is engaged and stalking this pace setter now. Emirati is going to save ground to the inside here in third. Is to the inside of Maxwell Esquire. Nolo Contesto is out in the center of the course in the orange blinkers, and at the rail to the inside of that rivals Crabs and Beer. From the back, there's Ocala Dream. Second to last is Wow What a Summer, and the trailer is Carpenter's Call. They work up the backstretch. They went 47-3 for that half-mile time, and Running B has got the lead. It's Running B. Hasn't been caught yet as High Tide at 22-1 is ranging up on the outside, trying to pull off the upset here as they work into the far turn. Emirati is still down towards the inside here in third under a snug hold, and under a drive now is the big long shot in Maxwell Esquire. Trying to follow Emirati, there's Crabs and Beer, who's at the rail. Ocala Dream trying to follow that same move. Wow, What a Summer. Also trying to run on is Nolo Contesto. Running B now gets the cue and has plenty. It's Running B who's now opening back up by a quick 2. Fully chasing is now Emirati, who's in the clear. Here comes Ocala Dream from the back, and down towards the inside, it's Crabs and Beer. But Running B just keeps striding away. A 16th to go, and it is all Running B. Got right to the front, and it was over. Running B gets an easy score. It's Running B over Crabs and Beer. Emirati. Then came a late run there from Wow What a Summer, followed by Ocala Dream and High Tide in 1 minute 40 flat.
Well, Running B took money, and he was ready. Much the best in this third race off that big layoff.
He was much the best, and what an incredible job by Chad Brown to have this horse ready to run this race off the bench. He didn't set what I would deem slow fractions, particularly because this ground isn't firm or hard the way we get like Belmont in the spring. He went 47 and change. When he was asked, he just kicked away. This was a really nice effort. Tremendous training job by Chad Brown, and a really nice ride by Javier Castellano to get second on Crabs and Beer for Kerry Bryan, rallying up the inside. Just came up second best, but the ride he gave certainly got this horse second. He would not have been second without an absolutely picture-perfect ground-saving trip.
A good ride as well, and it did help that, kind of what you pointed out, it seemed like Emirati was idling a little bit in the stretch.
Emirati had every chance, so he bobbled a bit at the break after busting open the stall doors. I never like that. I feel like a horse kind of like all built up and a little bit of that air comes out of the balloon, but he had every opportunity and just kind of looked like he was running in place from the 8th pole to the wire. Running B, though, man, this was an impressive effort. 1 mile and 34, finished up the mile and 16th in 140. Last 16th of a mile in 6 seconds. That's running.
And as we often say, these English channels, they often get better as they get older. That's why you'll see, much like this one, who sold for $19,000, some modest prices because they're not the early precocious types.
I wish I was by English channel. Get better,
And as you go 7 7-5 on running B, 8-6-1A-4. He was ready to roll off the bench. I read Ortiz in the saddle for Chad Brown. Prices and more when we come back. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
Catholic Boy, a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, including this romp in the Run Happy Travers Stakes.
He's so impressive today, the others didn't even have a prayer.
This 6-time graded stakes winner was the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. Now his first runners are hitting the track. Dual surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Clayborn Farm.
For the last few years, thoroughbred racing has been taking vital steps to make our sport safer. These include the use of independent veterinarians who check every horse before every race, strict anti-doping and medication controls with severe punishments for violators, uniform safety standards for every track, and a single national authority empowered to create reforms and enforce new standards across the board. With each important measure, more data is gathered, accountability is demanded, and while we've made progress, we are committed to doing more, so that at every track, in every race, safety takes the lead. Visit ntra.com/safety for more.
We watched his career. You know, the speed he had was tremendous. So we bought 2 or 3, underbidder on several. Really nice volatile colt in his last sale that I think maybe $600,000. Beautiful colt.
Tom, $600,000. Thank you very much and good luck.
Perfect sire for 2-year-old sales, and so we'll be bidding against some of our peers, no doubt. So we're looking forward to it. We like a little competition. You know, it's fun.
Volatile, Victoria, in the Vanderbilt.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Clayborn Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well, as it was in a rate running B in race number 3. He was ready to roll off that big layoff. Went off at 7-5, $4.80 winner.
It's just incredible. What a knack that Chad Brown has for getting horses ready to run big races off of long, extended layoffs. Running B at 480. Irad Ortiz Jr., he absolutely sewed up another Eclipse Award with his incredible Breeders' Cup weekend and the incredible year he's put together.
Of course, highlighted by the Breeders' Cup Classic as well with White Barrio. Speaking of Irad Ortiz, he's standing by with Maggie.
That's right, Acacia. And running B here, I know the first time you were on this horse, but he was coming off such a long layoff. Irad, you seemed intent to get to the lead, and a horse that really responds when he gets in that rhythm towards the front end.
I don't want to fight too much with him. Last time, the way Tyler rode him, and he broke sharp, then he slowed him down. But it was a little slow. Track was a little slow, but he was finishing unbelievable. I give him a great turn of foot. So trust the horse. I trust Chad because I know he did it. He always from layoff. I don't mind even 6-8 months. Just riding like they ready, and they always do. He do a great job. So I wasn't afraid to send him a little bit out of there and just enjoyed the ride after that.
I was going to say, as the guys were talking about, Acacia and Richie on the set, he came home in nearly 6 seconds. And you could see, when you kind of sat down with him, he really kicked off.
I tried to pull my stick to hit him, and the wind, and the same time he was running. It was hard, so I hit it once with the whip down, and then I pull it up and hit a couple of times, and he was responding every time I hit him. It was nice to ride him.
Irad, how much longer are you going to be here? I know you just said to me, wow, I'm really enjoying this weather.
Yeah, I do, and I enjoy the people here too. They make me feel home, but maybe after Cigar Mile, we're going to go ahead to Florida, but I mean, as long as they keep me here, I'm happy.
And Irad, you're well on your way to earning what, yet another Eclipse Award? Will this be 6?
Will be 5.
5.
I mean, it means a lot. I mean, we can say yeah because it's a long time. I mean,
there's still time.
Time until the year's end, and we obviously we need the vote, but we're having a great year. We've been very successful, and we are very happy, and you know, like I always say, I thank everybody who support me.
Well, it's been a pleasure to watch you ride. Congratulations here at Running B. He was really ready off the layoff.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, Running B, gate to wire fashion, and looks like one that hopefully we get to see in the near future, Acacia, because he could be one that turns into a future, yet another stake horse for the Chad Brown barn.
It certainly could be the case, Maggie, and you know, only 5 Eclipse Awards, but I think Red's happy as long as he's winning, that competitive nature, and he really has had yet another tremendous year.
It's just really mind-boggling. You know, look at the statistics, and I just had pulled them up. Closing in on $37 million in purses. I mean, I never thought in my lifetime you would see riders, you know, racking up that kind of money, but it's $10 million in earnings back to the second place rider in Tyler Gaffleone. There is absolutely no way, as good a year as you know, other riders have put together, that Irad Ortiz is not going to be your Eclipse Award winner. I just can't imagine anybody could vote for anybody else. If you look at the races he won, the kind of races he won, the purses he put together, well over 300 winners. I mean, he is at every level top the charts and has done it at the highest level. I can't imagine that he wouldn't be a unanimous winner.
Just an exceptional year. You mentioned the earnings, British Cup Classic, some of the biggest races throughout this entire year, which has really been a lot of fun and incredible to watch with Irad Ortiz, as he will be aboard a Chad Brown runner in the Hill Prince tomorrow in Equitize. He won first time out at Tampa. But speaking about some of the big players in this Hill Prince for 3-year-olds on the turf on Saturday, integration is 2 for 2 so far for trainer Shug McGay. He won the Virginia Derby at the trip of the Hill Prince, going a mile and an eighth.
Yeah, both of his starts coming at Colonial Downs. He broke his maiden there, came right back, took a big step forward. We talk about it often. Shug McGay, not a trainer that, you know, kind of cranks a horse up and points him for one race. He develops horse for a career, and you saw that big step forward off of that maiden victory into the Virginia Derby. So, you know, there's a lot to like here. He's a horse that can be tactical. If they don't go too fast, he can lay up a little closer. If they go quicker, he can close. The question mark is even though the turf will be labeled firm, he's not going to get the kind of firm turf you get in the summertime.
Did beat some nice horses that day in the Virginia Derby, including Program Trading, who finished second. Freedom Trail, a little bit more experience for John Terranova, comes out of a second-place finish against Older in Allowance Company. Prior to that, he was a horse that had been very promising as a 2-year-old, and then taking a look at his race last time out, finishing second. Third in the Kent, ran in races like the Pennine Ridge, the Transylvania throughout this summer. He's definitely faced some good ones in his division.
He really did. I tell you, he's got a beautiful stride. I love the mechanics of his stride. I love the way he reaches out. This was coming off of a freshening. He missed most of the summer, so he's got that race under his belt, and his speed figures are right in the frame as well. But, you know, when I watch horses stride, there's certain horses that really check the boxes for me. And to me, he's got an impeccable way of moving.
Very nice mechanics on that runner as well. But that's not the only stake on tomorrow's card. In fact, there are 4 of them, including the Aqueduct Turf Sprint Championship, name that really rolls right off the tongue, as this one will go as race number 9. Maggie, we love these turf sprinters. It's a full field. Who are you most looking forward to seeing?
Well, Acacia, I've known many good turf sprinters in my day. I think I'm going to petition to have these Belmont Turf Championship, the Aqueduct Turf renamed for one of those nice horses. But Allegan could be, and showing himself to be one of those nice turf sprinters, as he's getting back to the surface after participating in the off-the-turf Belmont Turf Sprint, as he faced horses that I think were just a little bit more dirt meant than he. And I loved his appearance for Ned Allard in the paddock that day, but noted that he looked all turf meant. As we're checking out his race in the Haas, as he finished second, narrowly defeated by this year's Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint champ in Nobles. And I think, you know, the 6 furlongs might pose a question, but for the first time in a long time, we're actually seeing a turf sprint that has speed in it. And I think that Allegan is a horse that prefers to have a target, so he could project to get the right setup that he wants tomorrow in this Aqueduct Turf Sprint.
Looking forward to it. Should be a fun one. And nice to see, as Maggie mentioned, some pace potentially signed on in that turf sprint and some sunshine as well for the turf course tomorrow. That'll go as race 9, 6 furlongs in the Aqueduct Turf Sprint Championship. Back to today, horses in the paddock for the upcoming 4th race, and we have that pick 6 carryover starting here. There's your current favorite, 3-1 on the number 8 Gun Maestro. Tricky race to kick off the sequence. We'll talk more about it after this.
Number 1 is Mo Donegal by Uncle Mo. And they're off in the Remsen. As they come on for the finish, and it's going to be tight here in the Remsen. Mo Donegal. Mo Donegal bearing down on the outside. It's Mo Donegal and early voting, and it is Mo Donegal to win the Wood Memorial. And it will be Mo Donegal to win the Test of the Champion, the Belmont Stakes.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Many of the successes of Three Chimneys has, been done through partnerships, which is something that we've really embraced. But our most notable and significant partnership would be that of Gun Runner. He won his first 2 races, started at Churchill Downs, and then went on and took several of the Derby prep races. He took the Risen Star, the Louisiana Derby, and ran 3rd in the Kentucky Derby. He won the Grade 1 Clark as a 3-year-old. And then his 4-year-old campaign was absolutely brilliant. He won 4 Grade 1s that year, including the Stephen Foster, the Whitney, the Woodward, topped it off with the Breeders' Cup Classic win. And the next year, before retiring stud, he captured the Pegasus World Cup.
Watching Gun Runner in the Whitney win the race, and towards the very end of it, we all found out that he had a shoe in his tail dangling behind him while he was winning this race. It really goes to show you that he looks past the problems and goes for the finish line.
It's been quite amazing what Gun Runner's accomplished so far as a stallion. To come out with this 2-year-old crop, you have a champion 2-year-old filly who won the Breeders' Cup. You also have Goodnight, who was a Grade 1 winner at 2 in the Hopeful. And then the next year, they just keep coming out running, and it's, different horses. You have an Arkansas Derby winner, you have a Preakness winner, a Pennsylvania Derby winner with Cyberknife and early voting. Teba, even a cotillion stakes winner with Society, and to have 6 first crop grade 1 winners is very significant. And in the 2022 Haskell, Gunrunner finished 1-2 in that race with Cyberknife and Teba, so it's very exciting.
He's got this wonderful, he knows how special he is attitude about it, and it really kind of makes us feel like we're real special too, so that helps the morale of the group.
Three Chimneys being a part of Gunrunner's race career, and then getting him to see him come here, stand as a stallion, and experience the success that he's had. It's really come full circle.
It feels very prestigious to be able to say that we manage Gunrunner.
Gunrunner, who has just been truly sensational as a stallion, and you look at his top progeny, Richie, and some of the big races that they have won. And for a horse that was always very good, but also really got better as he got older, his offspring are incredibly precocious as well.
Yeah, it's really amazing what he's been able to do as a sire. I mean, he really, as an older horse, he ran the table and he just got better and better. And you know, that's something we've seen with Steve Asmussen runners too over the years. You know, he kind of knows how to develop horse and get them prepared for being their best as they continue. But it's fun watching these horses that we saw compete on the racetrack pass along those characteristics to their foals.
And there is a son of Gunrunner, Gun Maestro, who's 3-1 on the board right now, a logical contender in this upcoming 4th race, which does kick off that pick 6 carryover. As far as Gun Maestro's last race, this was on a wet track, finished 2nd that day, and we'll try to get the win this afternoon.
She's a horse that runs with his head kind of up in the air. He doesn't look like the most comfortable type to ride. Shannon Uski also worked for Alan Jerkins for many years. Alan actually gave her some good opportunities on nice horses, worked alongside Fernando Abreu. So it's nice to see. I know she gets on a lot of horses for him in the morning, a key part of the team there. You know, getting an opportunity on a horse owned and trained by Fernando, and a live runner at that, a horse that's going to be forward in a race that I'm not seeing a tremendous amount of pace signed on.
And he does have some natural speed, as you mentioned. He's kind of a high-headed type of runner, a very high-energy type of horse as well. But that son of Gunrunner, who, as we mentioned, has just been absolutely sensational as a sire, and a sire of many different types of runners. The number 5 Hatch is now your favorite 3-1. A couple of horses at 3-1 right now. A nice, easy race to kick off the pick 6 sequence of the carryover.
I think this is a handicapping conundrum, this race, but Hatch is a consistent sort, shows up, runs a very good race consistently. Problem for me is 1 for 21 with 4 seconds and 3/3. You know, you start to question, does a horse really have that will to win when it gets close?
Meet the rest of the field, kicking things off with last out maiden winner, Bad Larry.
Yeah, Bad Larry, best race to date last time. Can he put another one back to back?
Here's Built to Last, dropping in class.
Yeah, another one dropping in class, 1 for 18 lifetime.
MB's Money.
Ran well last time, but that was on an off track. He's going to have to bring that track to a fast racetrack, that form to a fast racetrack.
A lot of gaps in his running lines. Flash Kiss.
I thought this horse was interesting. Certainly has races good enough.
Again, drop in class. Tepid favorite, Hatch.
Yeah, Hatch, again, makes sense. It runs consistent speed figures.
There's Sopreso going by.
Yeah, actually moves up in company. Was running it cheaper in Finger Lakes.
Blinkers off, Legendary Lore.
I thought this horse was a little bit interesting, turning back with the blinkers off, and you get Prentice Louis Rivera.
Your 7-2, or the son of Gunrunner, Gun Maestro.
Yeah, ran really well last time. Should be very well placed from the outside, too.
And from outside post, there it goes, the number 9, Predicted.
I thought Predicted was a little bit interesting. I think this horse's races sprinting were all better than the races going longer, and that gets a fast track sprinting at 8-1. I think certainly has a shot.
Nice price to the outside. The number 1, Bad Larry, as mentioned, he's the last out maiden winner against New York Bred Company. And as we often say, if you break your maiden for a claiming tag, $30,000, normally worth when stepping up about half that. So 16 is the logical next spot for him.
Yeah, I think it's very smart placement, good management here. Horses that win maiden claiming races generally tend to be worth half that, unless they're a first-time starter or a horse that just they found a hole card, something to improve. And this was this horse's best effort to date. Now, can he come back with an effort as good against winners already? And and might even have to take a little step forward off of that race. But sometimes they win. They go, hey, I kind of like the attention I get, and get to the winner's circle, get a picture taken.
We'll see if he's able to repeat that effort for more as horses warm up on the track. Let's check in with Maggie.
As we are taking a look at your favorite there on your screen, and Bad Larry moving really well. He's one of 2 3-year-olds to take on some older competition here. But let's talk about a 4-year-old, and that's number 2, Built to Last, as he has yet to run this cheaply so far in his career. And I kind of think he fits well with this group here for Chris Engelhardt. He didn't look great in his coat last time I had seen him. It looked, and with a clipping, he just looks far better. I know he has yet to show up much in his last 2 efforts, but one was on the turf, the other the sloppy racetrack, and I just think he's facing a little lesser company this time around. Though the biggest question mark for me with him is where has all of his early speed gone. I'd love to see them get him a little bit more involved in his races. As number 8, Gun Maestro, going to be my pick here. As you guys were mentioning, the relationship with Fernando Abreu and Shannon Yuski, she gets on a lot of his horses in the morning, so they have been friends and co-workers for quite a long time. They have a great rapport together, and I think this horse just looks fantastic. I've never seen him in the past, as this is only his 3rd start at NYRA this year, and I think he looks fantastic. Just the best turned out horse, great energy overall, and a nice 5-1, where he was beaten by Morning Cup last time as the favorite. Hopefully Shannon takes nothing away and is aggressive with him again. I agree with Mig when it comes to number 9, Predicted. I think less ground will be better, but the one thing I noticed in his last effort is he was kind of getting out most of the way, and it was, as we have talked about numerous times in the show, when the rider had to take him in hand is when he wanted to lean out. So down the stretch, when he was asked and set down a bit, he actually drifted more over to the inside and ran straighter. So no special equipment, just a cheater cut blinker with a ring bit, kind of typical for a horse who comes in here looking healthy, well turned out, and furthermore, probably one of the easier spots he's been in his entire career, Keisha.
He's intriguing at a generous price. Maggie, thank you. Richie, elaborate for our viewers what Maggie was touching on when horses try to get out at that stage of the race in the stretch.
Well, a lot of times a horse will get out when a rider kind of puts the bit in their mouth or fights with them a bit, because it's their way of trying to get away from the pressure. You know, a lot of people think, well, if a rider goes to a right-handed crop, a horse will automatically step away from it. Some horses actually run into it. It's their flight mechanism kicking in that, okay, I've got to resist this. I've got to go against it. So now sprinting and especially being outside, Trevor McCarthy should not be in a position with Predicted to have to get into any sort of a tussle with him. And you know, when you think about the bit and the reins, the bridle on a horse, that's your brakes and your steering all in one package. You know, it's just different, and that's why when we talk about horses wearing different equipment, it's basically implementing some power steering, right? But I think going short, sprinting, coming out of longer races, he's going to be able to kind of give him his head. I like to say 5 pounds of pressure. I don't really believe in loose reining horses unless they have a little bit of an air problem. 5 pounds of pressure. They know you're there, you're the pilot, but you're not in a tussle with them. 10 pounds of pressure, too much. 15, way too much. 0, not my style.
They're 1,000-pound animals as well. If they want to fight you, you're going to have a tough time.
Well, they're going to win.
Yep.
I mean, ultimately, if they really want to do something, they're going to do it. But that's when we talk about hands with a rider. Right. It's being able to kind of get that sweet spot, that feel of a horse's mouth, and how much you can take and how much you need to give.
It's the connection, so to speak. You think about it is your dance partner. You know, if you think about Fred Astaire and Ginger Rogers, they're not just holding on to each other. There's a little pressure there, responding, the give and take. It's like that with a rider and the horse as well.
It's a great way to describe it. It's a dance partner. Now, jockeys are athletes. These racehorses are athletes. It's the only endeavor where you got 2 distinct, different, athletes having to collaborate like this together.
2-1 favorite now on the number 1, Bad Larry. Good luck if you're playing the pick 6 here. The sequence starts here with that nice carryover. Race 4 coming up from the Big A. Here's Chris Griffin.
And Predicted. Is in. All set. rider off towards the inside there. Now back aboard. And they're off. Good speed down towards the inside from Built to Last, who's got an early kick. And there's MB's Munning from In Between Horses, also in the early mix with Hatch as the gray. At the rail, Bad Larry is trying to push on through, and they line up now 6 across the racetrack. Joining them is Gun Maestro, and out very wide, that's going to be Predicted, but Predicted might tuck in right behind the leading quintet. 5 of them across the track here as they approach 4 furlongs left to go. Right in behind them comes Predicted, who's in that 6th spot. It's a big gap of now 4 lengths, now 5 to Legendary Lore, and the 2 at the back, Sorpreso and Flash Kiss. No easy leads. 22.31 for the opening quarter mile. And here down towards the inside is Bad Larry. MB's Munning is making a big move from off the pace. MB's Munning is ranging up on the outside. In that 2-path there, Built to Last is fighting on. Hatch is right there, and Gun Maestro. MB's Munning has got the trip, and Predicted is looking for a way out as well. 5 across the racetrack once again. Bad Larry battles on towards the inside. Also running on is Hatch In Between Horses, but there's MB's Munning. MB's Munning was now rolling down the center of the racetrack at 32-1. MB's Munning is almost there with a 16th to go. Predicted is launching late. MB's Munning to kick off the pick 6 at a huge number. MB's Munning gets it. Predicted's in a photo there with Gun Maestro. Final running time, 1 minute 17.53. 32-1 to start the pick 6.
Hope you had him on your tickets. MB's Munning with the win. Richie, he got the right kind of trip with a lot of pace on, but we should also mention first win for Lane Luzzy in New York since shifting his tack over here. It's got to feel good.
It's tremendous, and I'm sure Lane really feels relieved about that, but he made a couple of key moves in this race that helped lend itself to the victory. He eased out of the pace duel heading into the far turn. Not an easy thing to extricate yourself there. Did it well, was able to angle out, finished really well. Great job by Wayne Potts to get this win here. But I'm really happy for Lane. He looks so much like his dad, Mike Luzzy, a tremendous rider who was a mainstay here in New York, did so much good for so many years. And watching Lane ride, I mean, I can squint my eyes a little on it, and I swear it's Mike finishing on this horse. It's really nice to see Lane get this win, and hopefully it leads to more success. We said it earlier, success breeds success, and he's more than capable, just needs the opportunity. And he's made the most of it with a lot of long shots so far, and here another long shot.
He has. He's hit the board a few times with some big price horses, and now a 32-1 shot winner has cut his teeth at some other tracks. Started out down at Gulfstream Park, riding throughout the summer several years back. Been riding in the South lately at Sam Houston. Is that where he's been?
Yeah, he was, you know, in Texas, right?
Riding and Lone Star, cutting his teeth in other locations, and said he felt like it was time, just as we were talking about before, with some riders coming from other jurisdictions to come here to New York in the winter and looking for some opportunities. And not easy to break into it, even if you've had a lot of success at other tracks, which he has. And as you said, certainly, I'm sure, a big moment.
Absolutely. And listen, I've watched him grow up. I've known him since he's a baby, so I'm just really thrilled for him. And again, very capable. Rides a smart race just like his dad, and did everything right here. The key to me was going to the half-mile pole when he was able to ease out of that pace duel. There were 5 horses lined up across the track, and he's like, can't win doing this. Let me ease back out of here. Not an easy thing to pull off.
3-9-8-1, 32-1 shot in the first leg of the pick 6. Congratulations, Lane Luzzy. Bring your prices and more when we come back.
Down to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's Malafact. Nest, much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths.
Idiomatic. A huge performance all the way.
1-2, moving for the 16th pole. Clariere on the outside continues to gain. Search results, trying to hold off Clariere. Here comes Clariere. Search results right there. It's the courageous Clariere to win the Ogden Phipps.
Curlin, the classic sire.
Here comes Gem Mint 10 and now Dylan Davis, and they get ready to swarm these leaders. Gem Mint 10 is in front. Gem Mint 10 wins the finale.
Welcome to Adelphi Racing Club's unparalleled partnership experience. exclusive access to the backstretch at Belmont and Saratoga, premier accommodations on race day, and of course, experience excitement like no other. Contact us today to get a taste of the Adelphi difference.
At Three Chimneys, our name is our promise. Our commitment to quality, our customer, and most importantly, the horse is at the heart of who we are. For over half a century, the storied Stallion Station and Nursery have been a place where dreams are born. From Horse of the Year, the mighty Seattle Slew, to Horse of the Year and modern-day breed shaper Gunrunner, we've been defined these past 50 years by the company we've kept. Three Chimneys, where dreams are born.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. A big upset in race number 4. MB's Munning got the right kind of trip and the right kind of ride for Lane Luzzy. Lane is standing by with Maggie.
That's right, Acacia, and such a privilege, and feels like this is all full circle, at least from my perspective. As Lane, it's uncanny how much you're like your dad, Mike, and I think I met your dad when he was younger than you. But do you get that a lot, that you're definitely Mike's son?
Yeah, all the time. I mean, especially here around the racetrack. Grew up a few miles from here and, got to watch him for 2 decades, riding here at Aqueduct. So now that I'm here, it's, like you said, it's just full circle.
And getting a win today, a big upset, as we were both saying, you shouldn't have been 32-1. But just as Richard Migliore was pointing out, you did everything right. Saw that pace still develop. What was going through your head?
I broke good, and I figured there'd be some outside speed. But I was going to make them earn it if they wanted the front. And that, kind of created a breather for my horse, which was the idea going 6.5. So sometimes things just work out.
And we saw you riding in Texas and in Jersey. How much did riding at those tracks allow you to hone your skills and come here?
I got to see the world, which is huge for me. I grew up, like I said, a few miles from here. I wanted to explore, create my craft the best I could. And, those tracks really, there's some good riders down there, and they don't get the credit they deserve. But I really learned on, from stakes horses to the bottom level, you learn with every race.
Well, it's so good to see you here back home. How good does it feel for you?
It's surreal. The only thing I've ever wanted to do is be a New York jockey, and here I am. So we're gonna play our cards and see how we do.
Well, Lane, we couldn't be happier to have you on the show to get the win today, and many more to come.
Thank you so much.
All right, Lane Luzzy, such a fun time talking with him, and it's going to be so much fun to watch him ride here throughout the winter, guys.
First of many, that's for sure. Congratulations to Lane, $67.50 winner. Big prices there for MB's Munning, who, as Maggie mentioned, did finish third right behind Gun Maestro, who was 5-1 last time out. But in any event, Lane made all the right moves, and it's good to see. And I'm sure that this victory will be a big kind of boost of confidence moving on to the next ones.
Oh, absolutely. Get the first one out of the way. You can succeed at this level, and now tomorrow morning get up a little earlier. You make hay when the sun shines. When I won races, I wanted to be the earliest one at the racetrack because people were happy to see you when you win. When you're in a slump, sometimes take a morning off, sleep in a little bit, because the arms aren't as welcoming.
Everybody knows when you had a win the day before. We'll talk the trip, though, that he did have. Got the right kind of setup as far as the pace, but Lane mentioned giving his horse a breather. Talk us through what you saw, Richie.
See right here, he's in the middle of that scrum, right, in the colors, easing back out of that. You don't want to be the fifth horse in the middle, right? You got 2 to your outside, 2 to your inside, so when he eased them out there, and he did it very smoothly, You know, he didn't have to check. He didn't break his momentum. And then when he put the horse in the clear, he jumped right back in the bit. But I think that, to me, that was the key to the race. So we see so many things sometimes we talk about riders finishing, and I think Lane finished very strongly there. But the critical decision was going into the far turn and saying, all right, I need to get back out of this duel, give my horse a little bit of a breather, and have something left to finish with. And he executed it to perfection.
Getting the win with MB's Munning, who did run away from this field. Those horses that were kind of breathing down each other's necks on the front end, he was able to relax a little bit coming from off of it. Congratulations to Lane, and as mentioned, sure, first of many more to come on the NYRA circuit. As that'll do it for me for now. I'll be back reporting a little bit later, but I leave you in the very capable hands of Greg Wolf.
Well, this was fun.
As always. Stay with us. Greg coming up on the set to take you the rest of the way. Richie and Maggie sticking around for a bit, as well as trainer Todd Pletcher continues to add to an already very impressive Hall of Fame resume. More on him after this.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, plus these standout performers. A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Clayborn Farm.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
We was at La Mesa Park in New Mexico, and he was 8 years old, and they had a horse sale there, yearling sale. Todd said, "Dad, this lady wants to give me a horse. Her husband bought this horse out of the sale for $800, and she's gonna give it away." He said, "Dad, this is a nice little horse. He's correct. Can I have him?" We took him and we broke him, and the first time we ran him for 25,000 claimant. They claimed the horse. He won, and he had 36,000 in the bank. And I said, "That's a good start on your college education right there."
I have never in my life been known except, "Oh, that's Todd Pletcher's mother." I have no identity. I'm just Todd Pletcher's mother.
Todd Pletcher had the work ethic, he had the energy, he was articulate, and I guess I could say he's pretty handsome too. but the big thing was he was a damn good horseman.
And Lucas must be proud of you people. I don't care how the
relationship. He is. We all saw him here at Belmont, and you can see that he's sort of taking pride in the fact that most of the guys that have worked for him are doing pretty well.
I used to say, I'm going to have a name for you. You know, like all these big people have names, and, you know, Marvelous this, and this, Assessing, and this. I said, you're El Duro. He said, what does that mean? I said, El Duro is the person that is the tough one, the hardest one. The one that, like, if it's a group of people there and you point to them and say, that guy, he's El Duro.
Obviously, he's a very unique guy. He's hands-on on everything. You try to go into the computer, believe me, it's not going to work.
You know, Johnny and I were sort of coming along at the same time, so it just sort of evolved where Johnny was on the rise and our stable was growing.
The Shadow, Lights Town, Uncle Mo, English Channel, forward, alley. Stay thirsty. Alice Malice, Quality Road, Left Bank, Cross Traffic, Lawyer Ron, wait a while, and it's going to be a filly in the Belmont.
To me, Rags to Riches was always the most exciting and funnest win that we've had. The Derby with Super Saver was almost like a relief. With Always Dreaming, we really felt like we had a huge chance, and it was extra special to win it with Johnny.
After all these races that we had won together, he had won the Derby with somebody else, I had won the Derby with somebody else. It felt right. It felt really, really right.
We've had a lot of starters in the Derby. I think we've had 59. But one thing I'm proud of is I think 29 of those have gone on to win stake races after the Kentucky Derbies.
And it's a vintage performance by Vino.
All the grade ones, the champion horses, the number of wins, the money earned, 14 training titles at Saratoga. And he's won 14 in 25 years.
The Lucas organization instilled early on is it's a team effort. I've been fortunate to have staff that has been with me for a long time and a good portion of the 25 years that's taken to get to this point. Without them, you can't make it work, and I also appreciate that some of them who have worked for me have gone on to do very well on their own. So Wayne Lucas has a pretty impressive family tree. Our branch has done pretty well on its own also.
The one thing I contribute to Todd's success is he's always known what he wanted to be, and Todd was a type that anything he set his mind to, he could do.
The first text I sent to him was to Todd and Tracy, congratulating both of them, because it's an amazing team effort. Tracy's involved in the business. If Todd works 20 hours a day, she probably works 21 hours a day. She deserves as much credit as he does.
It's hard because it's a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of sacrifices. He always separates one with the other one. You know, family's family and business is business.
There's some games that I missed, and there's some parties that I missed, and there's some school events that I missed that, you know, I wish I could have back. But on the flip side of that, I think the one thing that we get in this industry is the family can also share in a lot of the stuff that's going on. So, you know, the kids were able to spend summers working at the barn, and they were able to come in for the Derby and go to the big races. You know, it's not too often that your kids can come to your job, come to your office, and then share some of the big moments as well.
One of the all-time greats, Hall of Famer, who is continuing to add to his legend in this sport. And here's a look at what he's done with Grade 1 victories this year alone. Maybe the most exciting performance, too. We saw all championship weekend with that 2-year-old Fierceness.
Yeah, just an incredible performance by Fierceness. But listen, Todd Pletcher is an amazing horseman, an even more amazing person. And it was all of his hard work that has developed this incredibly successful career. It's just been fun to watch. I've known him since he was an assistant to Wayne Lucas, and he always had the focus, the determination, and the work ethic. And what did Wayne say? Pretty good looking, too.
Pretty good looking as well, yeah. As classy as it gets, so great ambassador for this sport. Greg Wolf with you, stepping in with Mig for a short segment here. Then Andy Serling's going to be on the desk here as we get set for the late Pick 5. Begins with a New York bred maiden special weight, and this is one trained by Todd Pletcher, who is the 8-5 favorite. Quiet Wisdom, Arad Ortiz Jr. will be aboard. We send it downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale.
And we'll check in with the lone first-time starter here in the paddock. That is Judge Rules with a lovely pedigree and homebred for Barry Schwartz and Stonewall Farm, as he's a son of Tepin out of the Grade 1 winning dam Princess Violet, who was able to win the Grade 1 Madison at Keeneland going the 7 furlongs. Now, he is a good-looking type, and he definitely looks more like his dam side than his sire side, as he's bay, he's very round, and the pedigree says that a mile is attainable, but I'm not sold on it first time out, to be fair. And he is wearing blinkers in this debut, which isn't the biggest negative when it comes to Christophe Clement, but still kind of maybe a little bit of a tell that he is a horse that, despite looking like he should be quicker, just isn't. And that's why they're going with the mile first time out here. There's talent, I'm sure, but I don't know if I necessarily want him this time around. I think I'd take the wait-and-see approach with him, Greg, as they're making their way to the track.
All right, Maggie, thank you. 5-2. On Judge Rules, the first-time starter from the Clement Barn Dam, Grade 1 winner of the Madison at Keeneland, back when she was running, as we see riders about to get a leg up. And here's our Rat Ortiz Jr. about to hop aboard the favorite. Quiet Wisdom, so 3 starts, 3 defeats, 3 in the money finishes, but a horse who looks like he might be able to control on the front end here.
Yeah, especially from the inside. I mean, I think kind of simplifies strategy, right? Allow this horse to go forward, get his position from the inside, and he's run well enough in all 3 starts to be obviously competitive here. I'm interested in some others at bigger prices, but I have no problem with anybody liking this horse, Quiet Wisdom.
Dam produced a horse who was proficient, going a mile to a mile and an eighth as well in Curlin's Wisdom. So we'll see if he's able to stretch out a little bit here to a mile and finally break through, and will 4th time be the charm. He's going to get things exactly the way he wants them today, you would think.
Yeah, but he's also stretching out another furlong, and even though the pace was fairly quick last time, he really kind of got a little rubber leg late, didn't he?
Brick Ambush is start number 2 for this Danny Gargan runner.
I thought this horse was very green on debut and actually finished with a lot of interest.
He's a full brother to Yo Cuz, who was that big upset winner at Saratoga this summer. Poder Jamie Bond Barn, second time out.
Yeah, broke a step slow in the slop, hopefully gets away cleaner, and a fast track could help.
Mark Hennig with Prophetic with Dylan Davis.
And this is what I like. He was only a half a length behind Quiet Wisdom on debut and could take a step forward.
Dirt debut coming up for Vin Santo here in start number 4.
Vino Rosso off to a really good start at stud. The Grand Dam of the source above perfection was a stakes winner on dirt.
Sweet Tone, big price for Rachel Sells, the trainer.
Yeah, improved when got to the turf. His first time encountering a fast main track.
Nice pedigree here with Judge Rules. The Dam's first 2 foals to race, both multiple winners, but neither won the debut.
Yeah, Grade 1 winning Princess Violet. Barry Schwartz also campaigned her Dam, Lady Rapper, so he's all over this pedigree.
In on it, Jose Gomez, start number 3.
I thought ran okay on debut. You know, got squeezed at the break, actually showed a little interest. Last time, just didn't seem really kind of spinning his wheels throughout.
3 minutes to post in a race that kicks off the Pick 5. On our Friday card, you can play it right there with Naira Bets. Get that $200 deposit match. Sign up bonus. New members, punch in match 200 to take advantage on the app or at nairabets.com. We begin with this 1-turn mile to kick off the late Pick 5. Let's go back to Maggie.
And we'll start by taking a look at the even money favorite, Quiet Wisdom, a horse that I have just had a lot of trouble warming up to be honest. Excuse me, he never carries that much weight or conditioning, and with this being his 4th start, there has been no forward progression with him physically from his first start. And usually with these higher profile barns like Todd Pletcher, like Chad Brown, if they haven't gotten the job done yet at short prices, then I don't think I want to take him at another short price. He's warming up well, I'll give him that, and I don't think the mile poses any problems. I just think there's better horses. And let's put it this way, as I circle kind of back to that first-time starter. Based upon appearances, I would much rather take Judge Rules at 4-1 than Quiet Wisdom at even money. But I'm going to go with number 2 here, Brick Ambush, a horse that I was a little bit interested in first time out because he's a good-looking type, but he just didn't seem clued in. As Mick said, he was green in that debut, and then suddenly within the last eighth of a mile, he kicked it in, and he closed. I know the margin of defeat was 5.5 lengths, but by the time they hit the turn there, he was in front, and in front by a good bit. So hinting to me that, yeah, there was the greenness factor, but also that he wants more ground, and he warmed up so much more engaged today. He was much brighter in the paddock too. I'm gonna take number 2, Brick Ambush. I think it's just, he's gonna be a horse that really improves in his second start. Number 4, Prophetic, we could see the same thing. I wasn't in the paddock for his debut back on October 20th, but at least he gets a fast track, and I'm gonna wage a guess that he's gonna be better on a fast track because he is a little bit of a bigger, heavier type, where sometimes they handle wet tracks, but usually they're a bit better on drier ones. And also a horse that gave the impression that he needed to race into fitness a bit. And I like him getting an extra furlong here. He really made a lovely impression too. So for me, I was all about the 2 and 4, Greg.
All right, 3-1, 5-1 respectively on Brick Ambush, the 2, and Prophetic, the 4, who were both making their second starts today. Quiet Wisdom really making a nice appearance, though. And we'll see if he is able to get to the front and if he can appreciate this little bit of extra distance. Even money.
Yeah, but he and Prophetic were a half a length apart, and Prophetic was making his first start, the 4. And he's 5-1, and Quiet Wisdom's even money. And Prophetic is a full to Wells Bayou, a Louisiana Derby winner at 1 mile and 3/16. So you got to feel like the mile maybe plays even more into his wheelhouse. I'm going with the 4-horse Prophetic at 5-1 from the Mark Hennick barn. The 2 Brick Ambush was a horse that I was interested in as well. So Maggie and I think, are thinking along the same wavelengths, because Brick Ambush really was green early on. And sometimes sprinting, Greg, they kind of get swept off their feet. They don't get a chance to settle, find the right rhythm. But when he finally caught his stride, he finished with the interest he finished, and you got to think the mile's going to lend itself to him getting into that rhythm earlier.
And look, it's 2-year-olds. They can improve by so much. The horse who was second in that race for Brick Ambush, his debut, Slam and Gold, he came back and won, improving 18 buyer points in the process with a 70 buyer in the win. So don't put a whole lot in what they did in a debut. A lot of times it's you can forgive them for that first start.
Yeah, it's just young horses, and they've got a lot of new things to contend with. They've been well-schooled, they've been well-trained, but it's different when you work with horses in the morning. You're working together. You're working with each other to achieve a goal. In the afternoon, you've got more horses, and you're all working against each other.
4-5 favorite, Quiet Wisdom, start number 4. First time going a mile. He never should have been the price he was last time out. That was a little ridiculous. He was 1-5.
A little over the top, yeah.
More than a little, maybe. Today, 4-5 again. But a lot of reasons to like him today. Both Mig and Maggie, though, going elsewhere. We'll see what happens here to start this late Pick 5. We send it upstairs. Chris Griffin to get us started.
Judge rules. Prophetic in on it. In on it. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Working a pretty even line. Quiet Wisdom's got early speed down towards the inside. It's Quiet Wisdom is joined there by Prophetic, who's in between horses. Also Brick Ambush in the early mix. It's going to be Brick Ambush under a tight hold. Now drifts out towards the center of the racetrack, but Quiet Wisdom is hustled along. Wants to keep that front end position and does as they come out of the chute. It's Quiet Wisdom, our Ortiz Jr. They're up by 3/4 of a length, and right there is Brick Ambush. Is going to stalk off of the pace setter from second. Now a gap of 3. Back to Prophetic. At the rail, that's Paddock, who's in the 4 spot, now shoved along. Vinsanto is under a tight hold. Pink Silk's out in the center of the racetrack, is in 5th, then comes in on it, and it's a little far outside. The 2 at the back is Judge Rules with the trailer, Sweet Tone. They're all chasing Quiet Wisdom, and Quiet Wisdom at 3-5 went 22-4, but is now extending the margin here on Brick Ambush, who's now driven along here from second, starts to move back in, and here comes Brick Ambush back after Quiet Wisdom. Got a little bit of distance there as they're rolling to the far turn now, 46.41 for the half-mile time. Down to the inside, here comes Vincento. Vincento and Prophetic, they're going to be third and fourth as they start to move closer with In On It. The rest with some running to do. Sweet Tone and Judge Rules try to move forward. They reach a quarter mile left to go, and now Brick Ambush tries to pounce on this leader. Quiet Wisdom has got to come back to the inside as Brick Ambush has taken the lead. It's Brick Ambush who now straightens up Quiet Wisdom. Here comes a run from In On It. In On It's making up some big ground late with a furlong left to go. Drifting out there was Brick Ambush. Here comes In On It who splits rivals. Brick Ambush is still up by 2. Also chasing Vincento. Brick Ambush is almost there. Brick Ambush gets the victory. In On It up for second. Then came Vincento and Quiet Wisdom. Final running time, 1 minute 37 and 3.
Brick Ambush, start number 2, moves forward, breaks his maiden with Junior Alvarado for Danny Gargan.
And it was a stark contrast to his debut where he was swept off his feet, was running green. He broke more alertly today. He was always traveling in the bridle, got into a beautiful frame, eased back off of Quiet Wisdom, who did set fast fractions for a mile for young horses. But he finished the deal. He had to hold off a late run from the 9. In On It, and it looked like at one point In On It might even be able to close the gap on him, but he found more, and terrific call by Maggie. This horse really improved stretching out and with the benefit of a race under his belt. Good job. Brick Ambush, Junior Alvarado always in the right spot.
Now you could see coming out of the turn, Quiet Wisdom, strides were shortening and was laboring a little bit. 47 a one-shot's going to get second in here, and the odds-on 3-5 favorite could do no better than fourth after a 32-1 start to the pick 6. Now a 3-5 defeated. I would say we're headed for a double carryover in the pick 6.
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of people leaned heavily on the 1 Quiet Wisdom, but big numbers underneath too. And the 5-horse Vincento certainly improved getting to the dirt. I thought that was a nice effort from him, but Brick Ambush, it really illustrates how important it is to have a start under your belt and how some horses really improve in their second start.
4-1, second time out for Reeves Thoroughbred Racing. And trained by Danny Gargan here. 4-1 upset of a 3-5 favorite. 2-9, 5-1 finish. Here in the 5th, we'll get to the late pick 4 coming up. We've got to say goodbye to the MIG, though. Andy Serling stepping in after this timeout. I got you for a short and sweet segment.
It was quick,
fun.
but it was fun.
Enjoy the rest of your night. A lot more coming up after a timeout. Again, we'll get into the pick 4 coming up. Stakes action ahead as well. We'll preview some of the big races coming up this Saturday. It's Brick Ambush rolling on by, the favorite, and a big upset to start the pick 5.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
Spandarella could not have been more impressive.
The sun shines bright on this value sire.
Fair down 25, fair down 25, fair down. Thank you. Right here, 525,000.
Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
War Dancer, New York's leading turf sire again in 2023 with standouts like Barrage at Saratoga.
Here's Barrage with a final surge. Barrage got him.
Warsaichi dominant on the dirt at Finger Lakes.
Warsaichi has scampered well clear. Warsaichi all the way with the top spot.
And Danzig Queen on the tap of the surface at Woodbine.
And Danzig Queen will come away and win by a length.
Consistently producing winners on dirt, turf, and synthetic. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, The best races, horses, and destination venues. Cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you.
Back at our FS2 coverage, regional networks out in Southern California of America's Day at the Races were underway late. Pick 5 with a 4-1 upset of a 3-5 favorite. Junior Alvarado, Danny Gargan, Reeves Thoroughbred Racing, and Brick Ambush start number 2 with the victory, paying $10.60. Some big, big numbers underneath, 47-1 and 23-1 respectively. Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
Here with Junior Alvarado aboard Brick Ambush. I know you didn't ride him first time out, but obviously you had to watch that replay because he really kind of figured it out in the last eighth of a mile, going a shorter distance, Junior. He broke so sharp today.
Yeah, I watched, like you said, I watched the replay, I saw he broke in the inside that they took the 2, and then, I kind of, just let him get his feet under and, finish up with a nice run and gallop out his strong. So I figured the distance today was going to be perfect for him. I mean, he broke very sharp, maybe sharper than I wanted to, but because I did want to just kind of sit right off, I just want to make sure he knows how to, relax and finish up. And I mean, I just think, he gets some ability. I just think he was still very green, right when he get to the lead, he started wondering, he didn't know what to go, left, right, he didn't know where to go. So, I think he's a little more in there.
I could, exactly, because I saw when you broke too, he kind of wanted to take the bit and get out a little bit, and it was fun to watch you ride him because it felt like you were teaching him throughout that entire mile.
Yeah, that's how it was, the whole way, just trying to kind of let him know, to relax and just stay there with me, because same thing, in the 516, I kind of touch him a little bit in the shoulder just to little by little start picking it up, and then he kind of from 0 to 100 turn it on. But like I said, it's a lot of ability there. He just, with time, he's definitely going to get better.
Yeah, an exciting New York bred. One that wasn't bred in New York, was bred in Kentucky. Nova Rags, a horse coming off a bit of a freshening, Junior, for your main man, Bill Mott, but a horse that you've worked in the morning. At times, he's shown so much ability. Are we going to see it today?
Yeah, he's been working very good. He's a horse all the time, had little problem with his foot, and he's been very good lately, and, he's been working lights out. So, we're expecting a good race. 7 furlongs, it might be a question mark because sometimes it seems like he wants to go 6 furlongs. But, he's very kind. I think, if he show up today, he's going to be tough.
Junior, that'll be coming up in the 7th race. Congratulations here, though, with a nice New York bred Brick Ambush.
Thanks, Maggie.
All right, and as Junior said, still a lot left in there, a lot left to learn for a horse who is a maiden no longer, Greg.
Start number 2, things changed quite a bit for that runner to win at 4-1. Joining me on set, New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling. Good to see you.
Nice to see you as well.
And our best yet to come, we have the Tepin coming up next. It's our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day.
She was pretty good, Tepin.
She was. We're going to talk about her in a minute. A couple of big scratches in here, too.
Yeah, no question about it. Unfortunately, Living Magic, who have been impressive winning the Chelsea Flower, she spiked a fever, and her trainer Phil Schoenthal had a scratch. I don't know why Brock Nardini came out. These were 2 of the major players in the race, and it makes Memorialize much the worst to beat. And obviously, there's the wild card with the firster voter registration.
Well, let's take a look at Memorialize, and this was this summer. Saratoga with a maiden win. Coming out of this race with one run in that Grade 2 Miss Grillo will get your eventual Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf winner. Hard to justify.
I mean, you can just see it here, making that long, extended run. And this is a horse I think we all out-wise guys ourselves for the second start, because the horse had a huge trip first time out and ran super. But I think a lot of us thought he'd be a short price, or she would be in her second start. She ended up 6-1, and she won like she should have been 6-5. I think she actually ran okay in the Miss Grillo. She was 3 wide, 3 to 4 wide without cover the entire way. The winner of that race won the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf. So I think this is a very talented filly. Now listen, maybe the firster's a really good runner, but given what she's giving up in experience to a talented horse, I think it's going to be tough to beat this horse.
And the firster Andy's talking about, that's a 7 voter registration for Chad Brown, Klarovich Stables. Jose Ortiz Jr. will ride. Excuse me, Jose Ortiz will ride the damn big pedigree there, too. Grade 1 winner on turf and Grade 1 placed on turf against the boys.
The second dam. Or
yeah,
the dam?
second dam.
Second dam, yeah. Yeah, obviously. And it's interesting with the Wooten Bassett. Wooten Bassett was was a very hot stallion because he serviced very few mares in his first crop and had an unusual success rate, almost like a Stormcat type thing. And I think subsequently he's moved to Coolmore, I believe. But he got very hot at the sales. Now, whether or not it's panned out as much the first season remains to be seen, and we'll see how he does when he starts getting some better brood mares to be bred to. But right now, I feel like I've seen a lot of Wooten Bassets that were supposed to be runners, and they simply haven't been.
Well, right now, 2-1, 3 of them on the board at 2-1 as we get set for this Tepin Stakes coming up. Here's what's ahead this weekend. Hill Prince tomorrow. In addition to that Aqueduct Turf Sprint Championship, the Key Sense Notebook, and then Sunday, Forever Together and Central Park. We're going to be back on the air on Sunday as we take a look at the Hill Prince Grade 2 mile and an eighth on the turf for 3-year-olds. And a horse who has not yet lost, has not yet been out of Colonial, though, for Shug McGahee, the expensive son of Quality Road.
I see no reason to take a stand against this horse. He beat an undefeated Saratoga Derby winner, program trading in this start. I think he had a slightly better trip than program trading, but even if he's on equal footing with program trading in just his second career start, that's a pretty serious thing to say. You know, the fourth place finisher came out of this race, and the third place finisher, excuse me, and he won a stake at 20-1 at Keeneland. This was a very good race, and I'm not trying to beat this horse. Frankly, I'm surprised he's running here and not the Grade 1 Hollywood Derby, though the purses aren't significantly different, and I think Shug has another horse that talking to the nation to run in Hollywood.
See him continuing with that turn of foot down the stretch, too. It'll be exciting to see what he can do. 2 for 2, comes from well off the pace, but he has shown a ton of talent to this point.
Yeah, they're going to have to run to beat him.
That's going to kick off the pick 6. Meanwhile, I'm very busy. Chad Brown, Manny Franco, in a huge number last time out, and a dominant win against A Other Than.
He's one of 3, I believe, here for Chad.
Yes.
He's going to have to put up or shut up because he finally put it together last time out after burning some money up in Saratoga in a couple of starts. He got an exceptional ride and trip to get it done. He can't get a better one. He got there. He drew outside. Listen, he ran fast enough to think he has a chance in here, but I want to see him take a step forward. I'm more scared of Equitize, the second-time starter at Chad Brown's, to take a shot in this race.
You don't feel like he took that step forward last start?
He did a bit, but he's going to have to take another. I think to beat the favorite. I mean, maybe I'm going overboard. I think the favorite's pretty good.
Be fun to watch. Rare Chad Brown, they usually show what they could do early on. This horse has gradually gotten a little bit better. We'll see if he does have another step of progression in him coming up on Saturday. Meanwhile, our stakes race coming up next in our Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day, named after this great, trained by Mark Cassey. Had so many terrific moments. 13 wins and 23 career starts, over $4 million in earnings.
Yeah, she certainly took to that Keeneland course that year as well. And, you know, they took her over to Ascot, and I don't care if it wasn't the greatest running of the Queen Anne ever. We've seen U.S. American horses like Animal Kingdom go over there and try that race and got his head handed to him, and he was a monstrously talented turf horse. She was really the goods, and she put together some incredible run. And even when she is sort of not quite as good as her career was winding down, she still finished second to Tourist in the Breeders' Cup Mile the next year, and she was not nearly the horse she was here. She got very good for an extended run, and that win in Ascot is really a career topper.
Hall of Famer, 2-time champ, 11 career graded stakes wins, including that Breeders' Cup Mile in 2015 that we just showed you. We have this year's edition of the Tepin, just 12 minutes away. And as we said, 2 big scratches, Living Magic, Brock Nardini come out. And with that, this is now your favorite, a horse who has never started for Chad Brown. And Klarovich Stables voter registration.
I don't think she'll be favored by post time. The number 3 is a substantial favorite in the multi-race bets. But, you know, there's a couple ways to look at it. I don't think that Chad Brown is running a first or a stake that can't run because he doesn't want to make himself look like that foolish. There just aren't many races left. The turf season ends this weekend. Yeah. There is a filly maiden special weight tomorrow, but Chad Brown has 2 in there. So I think it's fair to guess he probably likes this one the most. He probably had 3 ready to go, and he said, I can only run 2, so I'll put the other one in the stake. So he probably put the one he likes the most, and I hope she's a runner, obviously. But I'm kind of a fan of the number 3 in here, Memorialize. I thought she was terrific at Saratoga. I thought she ran very well with a massive excuse, all things considered, last time, and I know you kind of agree with me. Now, I'm not going to be surprised if 7 beats her, but at similar prices, I think you have to bet the 3.
She has become the favorite again. Yeah, wide trip all the way around against your eventual Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf winner, chasing a slow pace. See what she can do against this first-time starter. Let's go downstairs to Maggie for more.
We'll start with the firster here in the Paddock voter registration. Look, she's a consummate professional with this debut in a stake race, and it's something that Chad Brown has never done before. She's very calm and quiet, and she kind of looks like your typical European turf horse. So it's a logical spot for her to debut in. You know, she's kind of a medium build, typical of a miler type, well-muscled, strong. I have no problems with her at all. It's just the intangibles of how does she stack up against horses who are already proven winners. And one of them is number 3, as you guys were mentioning. Memorialize just had that wide trip throughout the entire running of the Miss Grillo last time. And she just kind of stayed on evenly. So had every right to finish worse than what she did with the 5th beaten 5 lengths. Also, and it may have not had any bearing on her performance that day, but she got really wound up going to post that day. She was a little bit warm in the paddock, and then when she stepped foot on the track, it was just washed out city, just really kind of not minding her manners, not focused. And today, so far in the paddock, she does seem a bit more calm and relaxed, which I think is a very good sign. And furthermore, she looks incredibly fit. And I will say that she was really laid back the day up in Saratoga when she broke her maiden. And today, it's much more of the same here. So hoping that she can remain quiet as we continue through these preliminaries for this Tepin. Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. We'll get to the post-parade coming up. Again, our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day, home of North America's 4-time reigning champion, General Sire Into Mischief. And there is a look at Gold Lightning, who was well beaten by Living Magic, who was scratched in today's race, in that Chelsea Flower last time out.
I mean, to be fair, she ran fine last time, but she had such a soft trip in there. She never left the rail, and she just kind of clunked along for a piece. I didn't really see any acceleration by her. She didn't run that badly, but she didn't run nearly as well as Graham Motion's horse did. I mean, you look at Memorialize. Memorialize was 3 to 4 wide the whole day and finished 5th beaten 5 lengths, finishing just ahead of Gold Lightning. And Gold Lightning never left the rail. To me, it's not even comparable. And the only way that the 8 beats the 3 here is if the 3, for some reason, fails to show up. I don't see it happening. The other thing is the 8, I know it's only 6 horses, but she draws outside today. She's coming off endless ground-saving trips. So she probably is going to have a little trouble getting right to the rail again today. She would beat me. I'll be very surprised if the 3 or 7 don't win this race.
4 of them on the board between, well, this one now drops to 9 to 5, but between 9 to 5 and 5 to 1. So Memorialize becoming your solid favorite. Manny Franco, Graham Motion. And again, you look at that race, and in some ways you say, well, it was a very good performance, because she didn't get to save any ground against a filly who'd come back and win on championship weekend at the Breeders' Cup, and she was chasing a slow pace.
Right. I think if you're the Connections, you're disappointed, obviously. You hope she'd do well. She was 5 to 2 in there. You need that race as a stepping stone to get the Breeders' Cup, and she runs 5th. But to me, as a handicapper, I watched that race and think she ran one of the better races of anybody in there. And I know you agree, Greg. I mean, we talked about it earlier. It's not just being wide and losing the ground. It's that everyone in the race, there was effective save ground. She never had cover, so she was never sort of taking the cover. To me, it's the worst kind of trip you can get, especially on this tight turf course here. So I think Memorialize is legitimate. To me, she actually ran better in defeat than she did in victory in Saratoga. And I thought her Saratoga race was very, very good.
There's Javier Castellano. He's about to get a leg up on the Brad Cox runner, Gold Lightning. Hopping aboard this one for the first time here in start number 4. And we'll see if he is able to work out a trip and try and save some ground from the outside slot here. 5 to 2 on Gold Lightning. We'll begin with Artemis Girl. Big price here for David Dunk, who won first time out at 50-1.
Yeah, don't see Dave Dunk win a lot of first-time starts. Did have an incredible trip on a good rail, saving ground the whole way. Would have to run a lot better today.
3-2 favorite. So here is Memorialized coming out of a graded stake.
I don't like to sit here and wax poetic about heavy favorites, but to me, she should be a heavy favorite.
Awesome check. She was beating that Chelsea Flower against Living Magic.
I think you got to look to see Kendra Carmouche be somewhat aggressive coming out of here, given the scratches in the race, and get good forward position.
2 sprints. It showed sprint speed last start, now stretching out. Is this the one on the lead?
You would think she would be on the lead. I mean, she better be on the lead stretching out from there, and she better improve a lot.
Voter registration, the first-time starter for Chad Brown.
I don't know if there's ever been a race where there have been back-to-back horses, one sired by Weekend Hideaway and another by Wooten Bassett.
Good call.
You
Gold
brought
Lightning.
that up earlier to me. I stole that from you.
At 5-2, Brad Cox, Javier Castellano.
To me, she's the one you're supposed to play against of the horses taking money.
5 minutes away in our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day, the Tepin. Let's go back to Maggie.
Here with Graham Motion, sending out Memorialize. And Graham, we have talked about it at length on the show. The trip last time out in the Miss Grillo was just not ideal.
No, it really wasn't. I mean, there wasn't a whole lot Manny could do about it. She didn't have a great post, and the grass was pretty soft that day. So I'm hoping today with a better post, firm turf, it should help.
We've seen one turf race today, and they went pretty quick, but a horse on the front end. Does that play into how you hope Manny rides her?
Yeah, I mean, I've really left it up to Manny. He knows the filly. She got pretty nervous, as you mentioned, last time, and I think she's a little more settled today, so I just told him to keep it settled.
Now, speaking of bad trips, I hear that you had one as well trying to get here.
I had some help from Andy.
He literally just wanted you to give him a shout out. How did you take the subway? You're a brave man.
Yeah, it worked pretty well, actually, with his guidance, I will say.
He's guided my family members coming from Maryland, too. Well, Graham, best of luck. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks, Maggie.
All right, Graham Motion with Memorialize. And Andy, I guess your advice worked out well. He's here.
I told him to head uptown, and you know, when he got near the George Washington Bridge to get out and ask where Aqueduct was, apparently he didn't listen to me.
Anyone who needs subway advice, Andy's your man. Feel free to reach out on Twitter. Right. Not a better man in this sport than Graham Motion. Yep. And he has, no question, the one to beat in this spot. Does she even need a perfect ground-saving trip to win here?
No, but it doesn't hurt that she draws inside, and she should get that position. I mean, that's the other thing, right? She had that bad trip last time. You got a 6-horse field with post number 2. How tough? I mean, I'm going to say that, and after the race, we're going to be saying, can you believe the trip the horse got?
It's amazing.
Right.
Yeah.
She's supposed to get a much better trip than last time. I actually think this horse is pretty good, and it's funny. Graham likes her a lot, too. We were talking yesterday when he called me initially, and Graham's funny about his horses. I remember he had a very, very good horse, you'll remember, named Miss Temple City a few years ago. And I remember she made her 3-year-old debut against Lady Eli at Keeneland. And I happened to be there. We were there. You were there with me. We were there for Fox. And Lady Eli just crushed her. And Graham kept saying to me, I don't just like my filly. I love my filly. And she just crushed me in this race. But he was right. She ended up being the boys in a grade 1 later in her career. She was very, very good. And he's high on this horse, and so am I. I think you're going to hear from her today, and I think this horse we're going to hear from going forward.
You can have a really good horse, but sometimes you face a monster without knowing it. And, yeah, Lady Eli became an absolute monster. 3 minutes to post in the Tepin coming up. Let's go back to Maggie.
As we'll check in with Memorialize one more time here, staying with the pony today. It was more when she stepped foot on the turf course, so pay attention to how she's behaving. But overall, I'm seeing a much more settled filly this time around, which I think helps her. Drawn towards the inside, as you heard Graham say. He's leaving it up to Manny, as this is a much shorter field, as you guys mentioning, too, as far as quantity. Just want to touch on number 6, being Betty, who you would have to think is the stretch out speed in here for Phil Serpy. Do note she wears a mask, but solely because she just has a cut in the middle of her head. Sometimes horses wear masks when they're the titanium, which is thought to settle them a bit. Nope, for her, purely cosmetic, as just, don't want to see the cut on her head. But while there is some pedigree to say that longer could be better with her, and maybe she gets comfortable if they choose to be aggressive, which I don't see why they wouldn't, that says she could get this mile. Physically looking at her, though, she's just not that convincing. She looks great overall, but she's small, short coupled, kind of unlike some of, you know, the bloodline that Lady Joan goes through. Greg.
Be interesting to see how aggressive Jose Lezcano is. She should be leading the way. The Dam was a 6-time winner on the grass, minor stakes winner, and that's the first foal.
He was aggressive last time going 6. I would think he'd be aggressive here. And they're taking a shot. And Lady Joan does give this horse some distance. But Weekend Hideaway, not as much. But you know what? Weekend Hideaway is not exactly known as a turf horse, so maybe the horse is a bit of an outlier.
It's I looked at it. Weekend Hideaway actually did win a stake on the turf sprinting.
Really?
Yeah.
He was a cool horse. Ran for Phil Serpy as well.
Over $1 million in earnings. Obviously, an amazing dirt sprinter, and that's what he's known for. As we take a look at Artemis Girl, huge long shot at 17-1 for David Donk.
Well, look, there's no more turf racing after this. Dave's going to take a shot with his New York bred, see what she can do in here. Wouldn't be surprised to see him maybe give her a chance in the dirt after this to see if she's worth keeping in training this winter. She got her job done first time out. She's got to take a step forward, but you don't want to knock a horse too much that was able to win first time going long, good trip or not. What about this horse? I mean, I was talking a little about Kendrick. He felt like he was unable to get that position he wanted early last time out, and he's hoping he can be more forward today. And she didn't run that badly last time, but she did save ground the whole way. And my problem is I just kept looking at Memorialize, and she's 6-5, and I just couldn't make a case for any of the ones that ran. Once again, maybe the number 7 voter registration will turn out to be the goods, but other than that, I'm going to be very surprised when any of the other horses are able to beat Memorialize.
Yeah, that's the big question. That first-time starter for the imposing barn and owner, Chad Brown-Klarovich with voter registration, the 7. But, yeah, those who've run, it's hard to look past Memorialize here in this spot.
And Klarovich and Stables had a big run with firsters. They had that filly that won 2 weeks, I think, Breeders' Cup Day. And then last weekend, they won with a 3-year-old and a 4-year-old, first-time star in the dirt. Both of them won impressively first time out. So they've been unveiling some runners late in the season. And, you know, it's just the same problem that so many have. And obviously because Chad Brown has so many of these 2-year-old turf horses just completely backed up because of all the rain and not being able to run and races being canceled. It's scary to look at them.
As a result of, we see when the weather changes, we see a lot of horses go to Tampa for him.
Yeah, I think you'll see him. And, I mean, that's the thing. He's decided to run her here, so she must really be ready to go. Because otherwise, he would just go and run her in Tampa over the next month or so.
See if she can live up to it here. Stakes for the debut for voter registration, the 7, for a barn that usually has them ready to go in the debut, but got to deal with Memorialize. Broke her maiden Saratoga this summer and ran very good in defeat in that Grade 2 Miss Grillo. We're set for the Tepin, our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. We go upstairs for the call to Chris Griffin.
Being Betty moving forward. Voter registration. Gold Lightning to the outside. Goes in. All set for the Tepin. And they're off. Awesome Check has early speed from in between horses. Right there is Memorialized to the inside, but it's going to be Awesome Check and Kendrick Carmouche, and they push the pace early. Being Betty is going to now move from the outside. It's going to bring Gold Lightning with her as they get set to move into that turn. It is going to be Awesome Check, who's now up by a half length. Here's Mild Pressure from Gold Lightning and Javier Castellano, and they start to pick up the pace now as they're 3 lengths clear from Being Betty. Jose Lezcano settling off of those pace setters. To the inside that comes Memorialize. The 2 at the back, a very tight hold there is Artemis Girl with voter registration. They work to the backstretch, 24 seconds flat for that opening quarter mile. 15-1 on Awesome Check has got the lead. Gold Lightning wants to go, is right there stalking that pace setter, and the rail is open for Artemis Girl, who now pushes on through, is to the inside of Memorialize, and also Being Betty. They're 3 across the course there in that second group. The trailer is now voter registration as they get set to move into the far turn. 48-4 for that half-mile time. Awesome Check has slowed things down up front. It's been an easy lead so far, and Gold Lightning is now moving closer. Here comes Gold Lightning after this leader, who's still a half length in front. Hasn't cut into the margin yet as Gold Lightning, who's now fully driven on the outside. Artemis Girl is to the inside and Memorialized, trying to pick it up from the back as being Betty. They reach the top of the lane, and Awesome Check now sprints for home. It's Awesome Check who's found another length on Gold Lightning to the outside. Also a late run from Memorialized, who's lifting late. It's Awesome Check who's almost there. Memorialized is now coming after her in the late stages. Awesome Check trying to hold off Memorialized. Memorialized down to the line. Memorialized gets up and wins the Tepin. Memorialized over Awesome Check. Then came Gold Lightning in 1 minute 36.57 seconds.
Wow, did it take some time for Memorialize to get in gear. Eventually she does as she takes the Tepin.
I'm thinking back to Kendrick Carmouche telling me earlier in the jocks room, I'm gonna be aggressive with the 4. Well, and when the 6 oddly rated, it almost really worked for her. And give Kendrick a lot of credit. He gave the 4 every chance to win. Memorialized was just too good. She was able to kick in late and get it done. But to be honest, I thought she overlaid the field. And she just got there over the 4. So I'm glad she won. But I wouldn't say it was the kind of performance we thought that she would run in this race. But you know what? Maybe the 4 got away with an honest, reasonable pace and was able to control up front. Great ride by Kendrick. And I really think Kendrick deserves a lot of credit with the 4 because he had a plan. And when the 6 didn't go, Javier had to go. I mean, Javier made the most of the situation. He realized when the 6 didn't go, nobody was going, so he had to send the 8. Javier was a victim of circumstance in there. He did the best he could do with his mount. And, you know, when the 6 rated, it just changed everything. And, man, he got good position with Memorialized, and she was able to get it done.
Not the cleanest of breaks for the 6. Kind of went sideways a little bit, lost her footing, it looked like, too. And maybe that was part of the reason she wasn't as forward as everyone expected her to be. 3-4-8-1, 6-5 favorite, Memorialize. Took a little bit of time to get that turn of foot going and put in that kick of the stretch. Eventually she did, and now she's won 2 of her last 3 starts and adds a stakes win to the resume.
And, you know, the subway ride home is always a lot better after you've won a stake.
Maybe rent a limo instead?
He's a man of the people, like you and I, Greg, riding the subway. I respect him for riding the subway. He's not leaving a big carbon footprint.
3-4-8-1, well done, Graham Motion. Gainesway Stable. Homebred with Manny Franco aboard here in the Tepin. It's Memorialized at 6-5. We'll have the prices when we come back. Took a little bit of time to get by Awesome Check, but eventually she does. More on the Tepin when we come back in our FS2 coverage. Back with you on our FS2 coverage, America's Day of the Races on a Friday afternoon in South Ozone Park, New York. Brought to you where you can play it all at Naira Bets. Go to nairabets.com and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Spencer Farm, 2-year-old race of the day, and it is memorialized. Had to work to get by Awesome Check, but now picks up her first stakes win.
We need a strong ride in the stretch. Manny Franco's your man.
$4.40 for the win as the 6-5 favorite. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
So pleased to be joined by a winning team here with Memorialized, Manny Franco and Graham Motion. And Manny, tale of two different trips. Today, shorter field, and you just kind of got to lope around there behind the pace seating ground.
Yeah, I took ground. We got a great post today. Last time I had a wide journey the entire race, and she still, she was running fine, but I was pissed off because I never get the best chance to in the race. But today, like I took ground, I got an inside trip, just find the right horse to follow, and that's what I did. And she take a little bit to pass the horses, but I know that I got the feeling to get it done. She just got to put them together late.
I was going to say, Kendrick did give the leader a sweet trip around there. But certainly, Graham, she fought for it today, and it was good to see her get back to her winning ways.
Yeah, I got to be honest, at the top of the stretch, I was a little worried. I wasn't sure if Manny was going to get there, so I'm glad he was so confident.
How are you confident about getting back to the city?
I'm nervous about it. I got to be honest. I need to call Andy. I need to phone a friend.
Paging Andy Serling. But congratulations here. Really nice filly in getting this win with the Tepin.
Thank you, Maggie. Yeah, that was very gratifying. Thank you.
Absolutely. Graham Motion. Andy, get on the text.
As soon as we're on a break, I'll be calling him.
Graham's pretty good, by the way, too. He actually gave me we took a train trip together. We took the bullet train in Japan together.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
And he helped me out on how to get around.
He's welcome to just come up, join us for the rest of the show, and then he can come back with us on the train. I mean, who would turn down an opportunity like that?
Standing open invitation, Graham, if you're interested.
I'll call him next break.
Memorialize with the victory, Gainesway Stable Homebred. And Manny Franco, yeah, he had to work to get her in gear and get that victory. Now a favorite for the first time wins in this Pick 6 carryover, which even with this favorite winning, I would think we're headed to a double carryover with a $67 horse to kick it off and a 3-5 favorite defeated in leg 2.
Yeah, there are people alive. I mean, I would guess there's probably about 300 tickets alive, and I know that seems like a lot, but it can break down very, very quickly. And we'll see how it plays out. This is a very complicated race. I mean, I don't think there's a horse in this race with no chance. The one's impossible, but the 1A's not.
Board would reflect it. Allowance optional claiming field, 7/8 of a mile, and Baby Yoda had that brilliant coming out party Saratoga. How many years ago was that? 3 years ago? Well, I guess it was 2 years ago. And
beat Olympiad in the second start.
Had some big moments, but not quite the same horse anymore. And meanwhile, Stablemate is the one probably going to be to beat in this race, Nova Rags. And there's a look at Nova Rags. Junior Alvarado will ride off since June at Belmont. We'll go through the field when we come back.
Connect, a Grade 1 winning millionaire, now making his mark as a sire. With Grade 1 winner Rattle and Roll in his first crop, along with Grade 3 winner Hidden Connection, and stakes winners The Alice Look, and Implicated in his second. With a full book bred last year, there is more quality in the pipeline. Connect, a proven sire in the making, standing at Lane's End.
At Keeneland, a horse will always be measured in hands. Hands that see, that sense, that speak. Hands that hold our sport to a higher standard. Not for our sake, but for theirs. For the love of the horse, for generations to come.
Respect the law. He's earned it. A Grade 1 winning juvenile.
'Tis the love, pops the cork in the champagne.
A classic winning 3-year-old.
'Tis
the lawn is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
5 triple-digit buyers.
Respect the law. 'Tis the law.
The best son of Red Hot Sire Constitution.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
'Tis the law.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Everybody, welcome to Clayborn Farm. Clayborn Farm has been around since 1910. The tour is a backstage look at how we operate as a large-scale breeding farm. These are parts of the farm that have always been off limits to the public. You know, you would only see these barns and these horses up close if you worked out here. So it's been really exciting to open that to the public, to show that end of the industry and just spread that knowledge. You know, you take a group out, they get to scratch on a mare in full, they think it's super cool, and hopefully create a lifelong fan. So our stallions stand from anywhere from $5,000 to $100,000. That is a stand and nurse guarantee. So that fee is not paid until the next year after the mare has had her baby, the full stands, and everything is good. We have conceived 22 Kentucky Derby winners, 19 Preakness winners, 22 Belmont winners, and 29 Breeders' Cup winners. In addition to that, 6 of the 13 Triple Crown winners have been conceived in our breeding shed. So I'm always excited to, you know, spread the knowledge that I've had, share this passion for the breeding industry that I've had basically my entire life, and just spread the wealth. Basically, all of our tours are sold out. That's just absolutely fantastic. Sometimes we'll try to sneak in 1 or 2 extra people onto the trolley. It's a yearling colt field. Actually, this field is home of 2013 Kentucky Derby winner Orb, as well as Breeders' Cup Classic winner Flame. The cemetery is extremely popular. It's on both types of tours that we offer, so the trolley tour and the walking tour. People travel from all over the world to see Secretariat's grave. So it's really exciting to see people's reaction to seeing that. Secretariat, the 1973 Triple Crown winner. I just want to thank everybody for coming on this tour. This is a tour that we've been really excited about. We're really excited to open up this side of the operation to the public. I think Clayborn is just absolutely iconic when it comes to horse racing. I don't think you can think of horse racing without thinking of Secretariat and Clayborn Farm.
Can't tell the history of this sport without including Clayborn Farm. Proud to have them as a sponsor. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well, and if you get the opportunity, get there, take that tram tour.
No, I agree. It's the first farm I went to in Kentucky when I first went to Lexington in '94. Had a great tour then, and I've been there many times, and it's just such a spectacular place. As you say, it is the history of racing. I mean, so much of the history of racing in America, and a lot of places have gone through Clayborn Farm.
Well, 2 from the Belmont barn could have a very big impact in this next race coming up, including this one, Nova Rags, who was the 9-5 morning line favorite, 9-2 right now. 6 seconds, though, in 15 starts.
Yeah, he's obviously talented. That's undeniable, but he's not a horse that likes to win. Now, we're going back to his last start when Gunnett easily beat him, and he's just not a winning type. He was 3-5 in there. It's not like it was really close. Gunnett devoured him. And if you look at Gunnett on the outside of him, Gunnett's only made 2 fast-track dirt starts for Linda Rice. And they were 96 and 97 buyers. This one and a second to Synthesis, actually, who's in here as well when he ran that freakishly fast race well back in the year. I got to tell you something. I don't think there's a single betting interest that can't win this race. And I think you and I both had an idea to take Scaramouche, because we felt we were getting a horse that would be a reasonable price that could potentially, supposed to be the speed in here, but obviously the betting public sees it the same way we do, and he's nowhere near the price we'd hope to get.
12-1 morning line. Yeah, he's 7-2. That's the 2. Back with us, Acacia Clement. Let's head downstairs now.
And I agree with Andy. I think that this is a very evenly matched group and an intriguing race. And we'll start with the duo from Bill Mott, beginning with Nova Rags, who hasn't run since the end of June. Now, he's incredibly fit coming back. If anything, a little bit more tucked up than I'd like to see, because he is a little bit of an angular type. Sometimes he can get a little bit light across his hind end, and that's a little bit what I'm seeing from him today. I wish that he could kind of strengthen up a little bit, maybe after a start. But he's a horse that obviously has some good credentials. I've always felt that 7 furlongs is his ideal distance for what that's worth. And as he's kind of pinning his ears and being a little bit sharp, getting the tack on, there's his spirit coming back in, as he is an energetic, sometimes opinionated individual prior to the races. But you like to see a little of that fire in him as well. So he certainly could be ready off the bench. Like I said, I do think that he'll strengthen up after having a start, not having run since that June 22nd effort behind Gunnet. The number 3, Baby Yoda. I do think, is a little bit better with a little less distance as well. I think the 7 furlongs suits him well. He wears that breast collar, as he has all along, to keep the saddle in place, because he's a little bit more of a narrow, withered type of horse. I haven't seen him. I wasn't in the paddock in his last start, so I haven't seen him in a couple of races, and his weight looks better than it has sometimes. He's carrying good condition, looks healthy. My one concern is that he is very quiet in the paddock. He's kind of had his head down, just kind of walking slowly around. And that's not what I've had in my notes and seen from Baby Yoda in the past. And I'll keep my eyes on him while he's warming up, but I would have liked to see some more energy from him here in the paddock, and still waiting to see if he can ever run back to some of those blazing fast races that we had seen from him at one point. And as of late, I think that his form does bring up a couple of questions about how he is currently. The number 2, Scaramouche, as you guys were mentioning, he does look like he could be a little bit of an alternative to some of the others in here. He comes out of a race where he finished 5th, but he kind of couldn't clear. He had a weird kind of wide, no man's land chasing type of race. I thought that he was the widest late, having to drop back and just not being able to get any position throughout the running of the race. Now, don't mind the 7 furlongs for him at all. Second in that race last time out was Durante, who came back with a 91 Beyer speed figure in his subsequent start. And Scaramouche looks tremendous in here. He's really powerful in his hind end, really well built, striding out nicely in the paddock. No problems with him. We'll see if he can get back to his winning ways, as he has not won since September of last year, which was in the Grade 2, Gallant Bob. Greg.
Yeah, he's a Grade 2 winner. Glad you brought that up. And he has just had some huge performances and faced some monster runners with great results. 6 of his 14 starts he has won. And the last 2 starts that were not that good, they were on wet tracks, which he may not like.
And he was way out in the middle of the track last time out. He was outrun by much faster horses. There are races that he couldn't make the lead with fast paces. There's not a ton of speed in here. You have to think from an inside post that John Velasquez is going to be aggressive with him and go out there. And I think we both sort of felt the same way. We want to give this guy one chance on a dry track. And the other thing is, Baby Yoda, he could win, but he could be a little past his expiration date. Kinetic Sky, he's okay, but he's got one sort of fast race for Rick Dutrow, who you can't beat anymore. Nova Rags, he's not a winning type, and I guess Gunnet's okay, but there's nobody in this race that you feel they're good, but they don't feel like they're insurmountable mountains to climb if the 2 shows up, especially close to those good efforts of last year.
Yeah, and a few of them appear to be on the downside, like Baby Yoda, who, I mean, look, he ran a couple of races that were just jaw-dropping, but he has never been that horse. He's had a very good career, but he's not even the kind of Baby Yoda. Take out those 2 monster races, the very good Baby Yoda. He's still not even maybe that horse anymore.
Yep.
7-2, and not great signs from what we heard from Acacia with his energy levels as well. Bet $75 each on Aqueduct and at Del Mar. Get a $15 bonus in your Naira Bets account, whether you win or lose. You got to opt in. Don't forget that part of it at NairaBets.com. Post parade coming up shortly, and the one who beat Nova Rags in that race we showed you. For Gunnett, that was the last time he was on a fast dirt track. 97 buyer in the win. He got by Novaregs pretty easily, the 6-horse. And now he's back on a fast dirt track for the first time since.
Do you think if he's able to run that race, he's kind of the horse to beat in there?
I do.
Yeah, I do too. Now, I'm not confident he will. And he's a tough horse to be confident either. He's got 4 wins in 10 seconds and 8/3.
True. But you do like the fact, too, he gets the outside post. As we get a look here, Chewing Gum. It's been really a turf horse.
He actually ran okay a long, long time ago in the dirt, but it's hard. He doesn't even have good form in the right surface anymore.
Synthesis. Isaac Castillo gets post 4.
When David Jacobson blows up the pick 6 for the last time, and here it'll be this horse doing it, but his recent form isn't good, but does it matter with Jacobson?
Here's the Grade 2 winner getting back on a fast dirt track.
I think if you and I are right, you want to see him go to the lead. If he can't run from there, so be it.
3-1 now. He was 12-1
Amazing.
morning line. Baby Yoda, here he is with Joel Rosario.
Listen, obviously he has a memory that can get him to the winner's circle. I just don't know if we're going to see it anymore.
Kinetic Sky was back-to-back really good races and then didn't show up last
He
start.
is cold on the board. I'm shocked he's 5-1. To be honest with you, at 5-1, I think he's bettable.
Nova Rags cold on the board, too. He was a 9-5 morning line favorite.
Yeah, he is too. It's almost like they're betting our horse and Baby Yoda. Baby Yoda and the 5, I think, are the favorites in the double.
And the 6 Gunnett. So here's the one who blew by Nova Rags on that fast dirt at Belmont.
2-1. I would never bet him at 2-1, but I won't be surprised if he wins.
Over $500,000 in earnings for Gunnett, the 6, but a lot of seconds as well. Back to Kinetic Sky. 99 buyers you mentioned in that mile Belmont race. Then he was second to a very good one in New York traffic and then did not show up, stretching back out to a mile.
Yeah, I mean, he came back on very short rest. And just because Rick Dutrow was able to do it, and you were talking about this on the show earlier today, before his 10-year suspension, doesn't mean he can do it with every horse, or he can still do it. And he just didn't show up and run at all that day. It was a race also that was dominated up front, and it was a pretty good horse that's winning 1-2. We'll see. His race from second here was a solid enough effort. He kind of ran in spots. It was a weird race. First time for Rick, he ran a huge figure in 99. He runs that kind of number, and he's run a fast figure before. He's going to be tough in here. I am shocked he's as big a price as 5-1.
But you made an interesting point, too. When we were off air, now that he does get time, maybe don't worry about that bad effort off 6 days rest as well.
I don't. I think he's a big-time player here. I picked a race 2-4.
Let's go back down to Acacia.
And sorry to put a lot of weight on Scaramouche, guys, but I really liked him in here, too, and he'll be my pick. But talking about the horse that is currently 2-1 in Gunnett to the outside, coming off of a third-place finish last time out, Jose Ortiz has given him a strong warm-up and thought that he moved beautifully. I've heard Linda Rice speaking to Maggie a little bit earlier, got aggressive, trying him in the Grade 1 behind the likes of Elite Power and Gunite, distant fourth in that effort, but he was a horse that's been in good form and has done well for Linda. I don't think that he loved the wet track last time, too. I mean, he was kind of swishing his tail. He was a horse throughout his career that's always been a little bit quirky, sometimes switching his leads. Sometimes he really kind of lugs in or really awkwardly kind of swaps his leads when in the stretch, and he was really not responding to Jose asking him to switch his leads in the stretch last time out, but he did run on. He's a bit of a quirky horse to ride, and I like and appreciate that he's gotten such a big warm-up, and he looks tremendous out there on the track. The number 1, Chewing Gum. As Andy mentioned, he one time did actually run pretty well on the main track. He won an off-the-turf race at Churchill with a 96 buyer speed figure back in the day, and he was actually 4th in the Fred Hooper, going a mile on the dirt at Gulfstream Park. I think he looks a bit more like a turf horse overall now. David Jacobson does add shortcut blinkers onto him. His weight looks great, his coat looks great, as it always does. I just wonder if they're trying to recapture some form that I wonder is still there. He looks fine from a physical perspective. Just don't know if this is necessarily the right spot for him. And then quickly to wrap up on Baby Yoda, he did perk up on the track. Joel Rosario gave him a strong warm-up. He, too, has to show that he can turn things around and run back to some of those faster races he had, Greg.
All right, so good sign for Baby Yoda. Thank you, 5-2, Acacia. And see if this 5-year-old can notch the 8th win of his career. It's over $550,000 in earnings. Still just seems there's some tough customers in here with what he's done recently to make you think he's going to wake up.
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously at one time he'd win it, but listen, it's hard because you and I took a 12-1 morning line and picked the horse is 4-1. So I'm not running. Take that price. Live in the double, even though that's not particularly strong either, to be honest with you. It's paying like he's a 4 to 5-1 shot. It's $12.20 for $1. I'm surprised the price. To me, he's 7-2. Maybe it's a good sign that our horse is getting bet like this. Baby Yoda, he's probably a horse you want at a slightly better price. I honestly think, looking at this board, I'd rather bet the 4 more than anybody else.
I mean, the board's just strange all over,
Yep.
and I immediately look at it, and it's very strange that Gunnet is the 6 is taking all this money when it looks like it's that wide open a race.
I totally agree with
9-5 now.
Yep.
Linda Rice, Jose Ortiz did blow by Nova Rags when they met on that fast track at Belmont, as you had said. Last 2 times he's been on a fast dirt surface, the only 2 times for Linda Rice since she claimed him. 96 and 97 by her speed figures. Although in one of those races, Synthesis, who was in this race, did beat him. He's looked good, though, warming up. 2-1 favorite now. From that outside slot, we're set for the 7th. Very competitive 7-furlong sprint coming up. Let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
Kinetic Sky. Nova Rags, Gunnet. Is in. All set. And they're off. Good break to the outside here from Gunnet. Goes right out to the front, and Gunnet is up by a half length. There's Scaramouche is down towards the inside, is going to track second. Then Baby Yoda from in between horses. It's a moderate tempo early as Gunnet and Jose Ortiz. They've secured the front. Scaramouche is to the inside there, a neck in front. Baby Yoda, who's now in third. And there's Kinetic Sky out in the center of the racetrack in fourth. Behind them, that's Chewing Gum, as there was Synthesis under a tight hold in the red cap. Second to last with Nova Rags, who's the trailer. 22.57 for the opening quarter mile, and they're chasing Gunnet. Gunnet on an easy lead right now with less than 4 furlongs to travel, is up by a length and a half. Baby Yoda starts to move in closer. Scaramouche is under a drive here at the rail in third. Kinetic Sky is progressing out in the center of the racetrack, and Kinetic Sky is on the move, is now within 2 of the leaders. Behind them, that's Chewing Gum. Synthesis to the far outside, and moving closer is Nova Rags, pretty tightly bunched here as they approach a quarter mile left to go. 44-4, that half-mile time, and trying to kick for home, it's Gunnet who's in front. Baby Yoda is in pursuit out in the center of the racetrack, is coming after the leaders. Scaramouche is finding more in between horses. Kinetic Sky, it's Gunnet who's trying to fend off an oncoming Baby Yoda, who gets closer and closer. Here's Baby Yoda to the outside and trying to join them. Kinetic Sky late. Here comes Kinetic Sky to swarm them both. Battling on Gunnet, but Kinetic Sky will get the score. It's Kinetic Sky over Gunnet. Then came Baby Yoda and Scaramouche in 1 minute 22.56 seconds.
Kinetic Sky from off the pace of Rat Ortiz Jr. for the Dutrow Barn. Got some time after that quick return and a much improved performance.
Crazy overlay on this horse at 5-1, why they decided he was the horse and had no chance in here. No excuse for the number 6 Gunnet, who blew out like he, just sort of handed the lead. That's a moderate pace on this racetrack for this quality of horse. Good job by Joel Rosario getting Baby Yoda into there. It looked like these two might extend the stretch, but Kinetic Sky just kept coming. At the end of the day, I have no idea why Kinetic Sky took absolutely no money in this race. He was a massive overlay at 5-1.
You would talk to me when we were talking to the horses this morning. You thought he might be the favorite in here.
I would not have been surprised if he was favored in here. I was obviously wrong about that, and I was wrong to key the 2. I was wrong to key the 2. In a million years, I don't know how he's a bigger price than the 2.
5-1, Kinetic Sky, 5th win of his career, and back to sprinting. Getting a little time, exactly what he needed. 4-6, 3-2. And another upset, which this may have sealed. A pick 6 carryover.
He's the 3rd choice in doubles. The double's only 1040, so it's actually a bad value double, but it's so hard to know with the different pools and going there. But I would say there's probably around, 40 tickets left. We'll see what happens here.
I think we sealed it after the first
really?
leg.
I don't. I'll tell you what. I'll bet you that there are tickets live in the last race. How's that?
All right, we'll see. We're close to getting there. If so, that's some very good handicapping.
I'll bet you Graham motion Subway fare.
Done. 4-6, 3-2. So, Graham, don't get on it just yet. Irad Ortiz Jr. for the Dutro Barm, Sandy Goldfarb in a 5th career win for this 5-year-old by Run Happy. Big late run from off the pace to get the win. When we come back, we just saw him win the 7th. They win a lot on this circuit. They're horse racing's most dominant duo. The story on and off the track of the Ortiz brothers when we come back.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Clayborn stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. Now his first foals have arrived. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Clayborn Farm.
Adelphi Racing Club, offering a truly personal thoroughbred ownership experience.
Again, I have to point towards the success, which has been great, but also the communication and having firsthand access to all levels, the trainer, the barn, get to go see your horses. It's been great.
We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors, we are partners. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Hillendale at Alapa, where the obscure becomes obvious as Kinetic Sky getting the win with Irad Ortiz in the saddle. And Irad and Rick Dutro certainly won some nice races together. And Irad, as far as Kinetic Sky is concerned, though, he looked like he was kind of stopping a bit, and when he switched leads, he took off.
Yeah, he did. When I hit a left-hander, he changed lead, and then I hit a left-hander, he broke, he gave me another gear. That was nice. Rick was very positive on the horse. He told me the horse doing great. He expected a good race from him, and I just trust him. I tried to do the best out there, break good. It was in a perfect spot, have a good target, and can run in late, and the horse have the job done.
Like you said, to have a target, and you had a couple of horses in Baby Yoda and Gunnet who were kind of dueling and focusing on each other and leaning into each other a bit. It allows you to have the good momentum outside.
That was great. I mean, those two horses, they have a shot, and one of them, they cannot let the other one get away. So I was like, look at them and smiling a little bit when the 3-4 because I looked beautiful. Was in a beautiful spot, and after that, my horse was 100% to be available to get there on time because they keep going. They never come back, to be honest.
And you finished up so nicely. And as I mentioned, nice wins with you and Rick Dutro, of course, the Breeders' Cup Classic this year with White Abarrio. An emotional day, an emotional victory, and a horse that's just really flourishing.
Yeah, it was amazing. It means a lot to us and to everybody. The whole team, they was very positive on the horse. And Dutro was coming back. He was probably the only horse he have right now running those kind of races. So it was very exciting to see him back there. He did a great job. I mean, the owners, they give me the opportunity to be on that horse, and my agent do a great job. I mean, everybody was working for that race, and thank God the horse, he's the one who deserves the credit, and he get it done.
He certainly did, and maybe we'll see him defend his title in the Breeders' Cup next year. Could be a fun year, but congratulations here.
Thank you, thank you.
All right, Ortiz picking up another win. And yeah, guys, looks like we will get a chance to see all the big races from Way to Barrio next year as well.
Oh, that is great news. Another Bill Shoemaker Award for Irad Ortiz Jr. for the most wins by a rider on championship weekend. And he picks up one here, too, today with his win on Kinetic Sky.
You know, you look at him here speaking, I guess that's by the assistant trainer. Talking to Irad, and I talk to him quite often, and he's not the only rider. I'm not suggesting that, but he is extremely prepared. When he talks about horse he rides, and he'll make a comment about something they did in a prior race and watching the races, he's not the best rider in the country by accident.
Does his homework. Yeah. You go into that jockey's room, too, constantly looking at video, looking at what he needs to do.
Yeah.
So much hard work goes in behind the scenes.
That and video games with his brother.
We got the 8th coming up next. Let's take a look at this pick 6 carryover and how it's played out so far. Well, it started knocking most people out with a $67 horse, MB's Money Lane Luzzy, getting his first winner on the New York circuit.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I didn't like that horse at all. I wouldn't have bet him at any price, but I don't understand why a horse who beat him in neck was 5-1 in that race and he was 32-1. Now maybe that horse should have been 20-1 and this horse still should have been 32-1.
2 legs remain. Up next, it is 6 furlongs on the turf in the on-up days for fillies in mares 3 and up. And outside, Dance Macabre, 3-year-old filly for Kelsey Danner, taking on older company for the first time. Going to need to step it up, but right now she is the favorite. Well, they are without question the most dominant duo in the sport, much like the Williams sisters in tennis or the Manning brothers in football. Irad and Jose Ortiz's impact on horse racing is undeniable. But as competitive as they are on the track, they are as supportive of each other off of it.
Every single sport that we play, we compete. We play this game every day.
Who do you think is gonna be the winner there? We never face each other against each other. We never did.
Like now.
Like now, yeah. Energy de qué? Energy de qué? First of all, it's very fun to share your success with your brother. We spend together more than 15 hours a day.
We know how to manage business and life, real life, so that's pretty good. When we understand that, we have a line right there, it's perfect.
Despite how close the brothers are, sometimes their competitive nature lends itself to some tense moments.
We've been very heated moments. We curse a lot and say a lot of bad words in Spanish.
When we was younger, we never throw punches, but we've been so close.
We don't talk about races before the race runs.
It's fun.
Ira is very quiet, like you cannot say nothing. It's like on his own, and
I don't want to know anything about his thing.
Yeah, it's very fun when you can outsmart the competition. I have to think how he thinks to try to beat him. It's very hard to a rider like Ira try to read his mind before he does it because he's so unpredictable. He's one of the best, and I think he has made me better.
Sometimes I come out to say, what you will do different if you ride the race again? He say, nothing. I say, are you sure? Because I have another mind. I see something different that probably he don't see. It's like the same thing happened to me.
While the brothers push each other to be better riders on the track, Irad credits Jose with making him the man he wants to be away from it.
He used to be too on the muscle, like too keen, and I tell him he need to calm down and think before he do things and say things. He started winning like crazy and started winning all the Eclipse Awards. And I told him just, my job is to keep you grounded and keep you doing the right thing.
As a person, I think he made me better. He's so good at some things that I'm not. So I try to get whatever I can get of him to make me better in that part of the racetrack.
he's been working, so he's been doing a lot better, become a better person, a better father, better son, and everything. So it's nice to see that.
Always gonna have him. He's my brother, he's my blood. I love him.
It's great to see that relationship that they have. It's incredible to see how dominant these two brothers are and how many riding titles have come down to the wire between these two.
Yes, they are incredible riders, both of them. And it's funny because they are very different personalities. Jose is a much more laid-back guy than his brother, but maybe the fact that Irad's so, he maybe that's one of the reasons that he does as well as he does. Not that Jose doesn't do well, but for Irad, it's part of what works for him is that he is as aggressive as he is. And, I understand people who complain about his aggressive tactics, but he's intimidating. And whatever he's doing is working for him. Yeah, there are times we feel like he crosses the line a little bit, but that's the steward's job to deal with that. And if they're going to allow him to ride like that and intimidate others, he uses it to his advantage. His job is to win races for the bettors, the owners, and the trainers. That's his job, and he does it as well as anybody in the game.
And we're going to see both these two coming up next in this Autumn Days on the turf. Arad will be on Loon Cry, the 4. His brother Jose on the 8 Poppy Flower there on the right-hand side of your screen. 9-2, 5-1 respectively on those two in what looks like a race with many ways to go. They are focused, they are outstanding, and they both got a chance coming up in this stakes race ahead.
At the rail, Country Grammar, resilient, fighting back, retaking the lead, and it's Country Grammar to win the Hollywood Gold Cup.
Country Grammar getting the upper hand, draws alongside, and Country Grammar with his dates with destiny in front a length and a half. Country Grammar won the Dubai World Cup.
Reach for the unreachable. Race to new horizons. The artisan's quest for beauty burns in the heart of Japan, forging strength like no other, with love and honed to perfection. Noble, authentic, and only here. The legacy of strength.
Much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths.
Idiomatic, a huge performance all the way.
They are 1-2, moving for the 16th pole. Clariere on the outside continues to gain. Search Results trying to hold off Clariere. Here comes Clariere. Search Results right there. It's the courageous Clariere to win the Ogden Phipps.
Curling, the classic sire.
Mind-tingling. Jaw-dropping. Awe-inspiring. Secretariat-like.
Back with you on our FS2 coverage of America's Day at the Races here in South Ozone Park, New York, and Aqueduct for the Friday card. Autumn Days is up next. 6 furlongs sprinting on the grass as we approach the 10-minute mark to post. And what do you do with Dance Macabre? 3-year-old filly for the first time in her career will be tackling older company. She has been very good on the turf. She's never finished off the board in 8 starts.
She's terrific. I don't have a knock on her. She's helped by a few scratches, so she only has post 9, not post 12. But this is a tough spot for her against some pretty hard-hitting older horses. And to me, she's an underlay at her current odds at 9-5. I don't know that she's a better horse than the 1, who I happen to like in here. You're interested in the 3. The 4's in good form. She's better than her, but I don't know how much better than Poppy Flower she is. And Poppy Flower's a much bigger price at this point.
She was. Thinking is, I guess, 3-year-old filly, she has room to move forward and could continue to progress, but she'll need to show it.
Oh, no, she's fine. I don't have anything majorly against her. I just think she's an underlay.
Let's head downstairs to Acacia.
And there are 2 3-year-olds in this race, Greg. We'll talk about both of them, starting off with Dance Macabre, who I think does have a benefit because she has tactical speed. She came from off the pace last time out. Kelsey Danner saying that she was a little bit further back than she had anticipated, but she was able to kind of duck down to the inside and come running late with a big flourish, and she was decidedly best in there. Now, she is facing older for the first time, and this was not exactly the first game plan. Kelsey had said that she was planning to go to an allowance race at Churchill, but their turf race is canceled, so they altered to come here and finding an opportunity. So she does have to step up towards the end of her 3-year-old season. She looks great once again, very athletic. Kelsey's very hands-on with her, on her head, serving as hot walker with her once again like she did last time and keeping her quiet after the tack is on. She does kind of appear maybe like a 3-year-old. She is a little bit more on the smaller side. We'll watch them on the track. I absolutely respect her overall body of work and her tactical running style, but let's see if she can keep that going against some more seasoned foes. The number 4, Loon Cry, is the other 3-year-old in this group, and she has been facing older company all along, but mostly it's been against New York bred company or a first level allowance company, not necessarily open stakes like we've seen from Dance Macabre. She comes back in just 12 days, which is not a typical move for Christophe Clement, saying it's the end of the year. She's in great form right now, coming off with a big win last time out. Take a shot in a spot like this. And it's a common theme with losing a lot of turf races and turf season, especially for New York breds, coming to an end as of now. Holding her weight great as she always does towards the end of the year, and we'll see if she can keep her good momentum going. She does stack up favorably with her older foes, as she has shown in those allowance races. Now, the number 1, All That Magic, a new face in here, coming in for Kate DeMasi after that win off the pace at Keeneland last time out. She's shown that she can be very versatile, having used a lot of speed. And then last time out, she really just wasn't the quickest either. Luis Saez was working on her and riding her for much of the race, and she gets a very strong jockey in Kendra Carmouche aboard once again. But she's exactly how I like my turf sprinters to look. She's got a lot of substance. She's really well developed behind, forward, but not over the top. I think she's a major player in here, and especially given her versatility. There are several horses doing some new things in here, including trying the turf for the first time. Sterling Silver, the 3, is one of those. She was best, much the best in the Gallant Bloom, and unfortunately with that double DQ, she did come back and win the Iroquois last time. Tom Albertani saying they want to take a shot and see if it can open up some more avenues for her. The second generation, the Dam Sheets, was a stakes winner on the grass with a 97 buyer. She also won a couple times on the synthetic, and this filly has a turf hoof and physically looks a little bit more like a turf horse as well. She's a bit intriguing, trying something new today, Greg.
Acacia, thank you. We'll find out. Sterling Silver, will she take to the grass? There is some pedigree there, as you mentioned. 6-1 right now. Javier Castellano for Tom Albertrani. As we get set to see the field with our post parade, we'll start with All That Magic. Big effort in a win at Keeneland last start.
I mean, she's 5 or 6 in the turf. The only time she lost, she ran in that horrendous bog on Pennsylvania Derby Day. I like her. I actually think she's the worst to beat.
Can't believe she's 5-1. Lady Milagro, huge price, 34-1.
She is the worst to catch. Not necessarily the horse to beat. She's speedy.
Here is the filly trying the turf for the first time, Sterling Silver.
Yeah, you like her more than I do. I don't usually go for these kind of horses, but I am not going to argue that she's in raging form right now.
Arad Ortiz Jr. on Loon Cry for Christophe Clement.
She's massively overbet at 4-1 because she's simply not close to good enough to win here. But what she has going for her is she's in great form, and her wins recently have been better than they look.
40-1 on Salvaje, Ruben Silvera.
You had this horse somewhere in the mix here. I didn't think she was good enough, but she's a crazy price.
Getting back on turf, and that's been the better surface. The 8 Poppy Flower for Bilmont.
You know what she's going to be doing. She'll be coming late, and she's good.
Headland at 12-1, and with Eric Cancel for George Weaver.
Yeah, she's coming out of that second where she was disqualified behind Sterling Silver. And she ran well in the dirt. I don't think she has any pedigree for turf.
Another Tom Albertrani runner. It's a keeper at 27-1.
Yeah, she would have to improve off her very, very best effort to be 4th here.
And the 3-year-old filly facing Elders for the first time, the 8-5 favorite, Dance Macabre.
I think she's really good. She's a cool horse. I just think 8-5 is a massive underlay on her. I mean, this is a much better field than she beat last time. And she ran well last time. She had a good trip in doing it. And I picked her second. I'm not against her. At that price, I'm against her. I think she's supposed to be around 5-2 or 3-1 in here.
She's won 3 of her last 4. Can she keep it going facing the toughest field she's ever met? Let's go to Acacia.
And happy to be joined by her trainer, Kelsey Danner. Kelsey, we saw this filly impressive last time out in the Glen Cove. I know that this was not necessarily your first choice for her, though.
Yeah, but it was the same time frame, so it was kind of marked. It wasn't like it was the second or third, so it's okay.
She does step up to face older company for the first time. How do you think that she'll tackle this field?
I hope she will tackle them, but yeah, it's a step up. The grass looks a little bit quicker today, so that should help. She didn't appreciate it last time, so we'll see if she's up to it.
She was further back last time than usual, but she does have tactical speed. Do you think that's a benefit for her given the post?
Yeah, she's going to have to be a little closer today. So, I mean, there is a little speed in this race, but it's not as much as last time, so.
And what does she mean to you? I mean, she's just been ultra consistent.
I mean, she's best horse I've had, so she means everything.
Best of luck today.
Thank you.
Greg?
She has a pretty good one here. Just been remarkably consistent. 8 starts on the grass, never been worse than third, 5 victories. But there's no getting around. This is her toughest test yet.
Right. I mean, listen, Kelsey Danner's done an amazingly good job with her. She's obviously very good, and she has gotten her to run well every single time she runs. She can't control what odds she is. She's going to run them. And as a trainer, you want to run 7-5 shots in races. I just don't think she's a 7-5 shot based on her PPs.
And a very good chance today, no matter what happens, that she becomes a millionaire in the process. $927,000 in earnings.
Not easy to do. I mean,
no.
she's a real. I mean, she's won at a mile. She's a cool horse. Listen, I'm a fan. She's good. I just think 6 to 5. Every time we look up, she'll be 2 to 5 by the time they run the
Keeps
race.
Getting
the way she's
shorter
going.
and shorter. Meanwhile, here's another one who's been very consistent, albeit against much lesser company. Your Loon Cry for Christophe Clement. She has won 4 of her last 6 starts.
Watch this race. This was a track. Horses that have been running well had generally been sort of, wait, this is, no, who is this? Is it Loon Cry?
Loon Cry.
No, this is not Loon Cry.
No, sorry, it's Poppy Flower.
Poppy Flower, thank you. No, thank you. Yeah.
The Intercontinental.
This is the Intercontinental beating a horse that doesn't want to win. And the horse who finished second to her down on the inside, and that's I'm trying to get to her. I'm sorry, now I'm a little bit behind the times here, but getting it done. She's a pretty consistent type who comes running well at the end. I think she's a player, and frankly, I think all these horses kind of overlays because of this 12.
And you would mention that the Caress last time out put a line through it. Way too much give.
Well,
in that turf course.
it seems like there was too much give for her. To be fair, her last race was bad, and maybe that's sort of one of the reasons. But there was a lot of give in the course that day, so I think that had a major effect on her.
Let's go back to Acacia.
There was, and I do think that plays a really big piece into what we saw from Poppy Flower. She was beaten by Roses for Deborah, was on a streak at that point, and she just didn't really seem to fire over that turf course in the Caress. And there'd even been some questions leading up to that if it was a race that would stay on the turf. But as far as Poppy Flower, I read in a quote from Bill Mott saying that he decided to give her a little bit of a freshening after that. And she was one that really seemed to need to kind of race into fitness this year, and then she really seemed to kind of peak in June when she won that Intercontinental. And I think that she just needed a little bit at the time. Sometimes she can really get very hot prior to her races. Her coat can turn a little bit. She looks tremendous today. Her weight looks great. She's fit but carrying good condition. She's not overly washy or hot like she sometimes can get. She had a lovely warm-up out there on the track, and I think that it was the right move to kind of take a step back and reevaluate. She's got the ability. We'll see if she can get the trip in here as they'll all be chasing Lady Milagro early, and we'll see what kind of pace plays out.
4-1 on Poppy Flower, Jose Ortiz.
I'm a big fan of all that magic, the one, Greg. I mean, you take away that bog, and that wasn't a yielding course. That was I don't know what the heck that was. It wasn't even turf. She's 5 for 5. I don't know why she was 10-1 last time. And the amazing thing is last time, she showed the ability to rate. She broke a step slow. Now, she got a good trip and great ride from Luis Saez, but she rated, and she's been a forward horse since then. Now, she'll come out running, but Lady Milagro is almost certain to outrun her early. But she gets in that position, some separation. I think she's going to be very tough to beat. She was terrific down in Mid-Atlantic this year before that. I don't see why she doesn't class up to these horses. To me, 5-1 is a very, very solid price.
Here we go with the on-up days. 6-5 favorite. 3-year-old filly, Dance McCon from that outside post. You heard from trainer Kelsey Danner with Acacia. Adam Beschizza in town to ride. toughest field she has met yet. She's been up to most challenges to this point. Is she up to this one? Let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin with the call.
Goes in. All set for the autumn days. And they're off. Speed from Lady Milagro right out to the front. It's Lady Milagro who's got the early lead. Salvaje is trying to join her towards the outside, and Headland is going to be third. All That Magic was a step slow, is now in fourth, and now tucked in behind the leaders. Dance Macabre is in behind that in fifth. At the rail moving forward, that's Sterling Silver. There's Loon Cry in between horses with Poppy Flower. The early Triller, It's a Keeper. They're chasing 51-1 shot. Lady Milagro went 21-3 and ripped through that opening quarter. Right to the inside, it's Salvaje. Headland is just off of her, and they're second and third. All That Magic is alone in the fourth position, chasing this hot tempo. Dance Macabre is running on in Sterling Silver. From the back, there's Poppy Flower, also Loon Cry, and the trailer, It's a Keeper. They're chasing Lady Milagro, who's got the lead, went 43-4 for that half-mile time. Lady Milagro trying to pull off a big upset at 51-1 and has not stopped yet. It's Lady Milagro. Here comes Dance Macabre is in full pursuit, but running out of time. Can Lady Milagro get there? A 16th to go. It's Lady Milagro. She's still up by 2.5. Lady Milagro at 51-1. Lady Milagro, Luis Rivera Jr. pumps his fist. 51-1 shot in the autumn days. It was a photo Dance Macabre there with All That Magic. Sterling Silver, final running time, 1 minute 7.55. 51-1 shot in the pick six.
Not that far off the track record as well. 43 and change for the half mile. And the celebration begins. What an upset.
I mean, this is a horse that at times in her career has run very well, but her recent form has not been good. She appeared to be just completely losing her form. I mean, 21-3, I know the course has gotten pretty firm, but that's moving up front. She easily outran some fast horses, and the whole field sort of coming to her. But frankly, they never even got that close. I think my one might have been very close. I think the 12 actually got second over the one. But give her all the credit. She did all the work out there, and they never got that close to her. This was great.
When you
Good
saw
Carlos.
43-4 for the half, did you think, okay, she has to come back to the field?
Yeah, I was looking at my one horse and feeling like as long as she could outkick the others, she was going to win. I wasn't concerned with anybody in front of her. And listen, I think the one ran fine. I think Dance Macabre ran fine. I think your horse Sterling Silver ran fine. But wow, I mean,
what a performance.
She's a bit random, and at times she's been very good. And don't forget, she has that win here in April, right, where she won by a nose. But even then, she got an 83 buyer. She's not supposed to compete with these horses. But hey, congrats to Connection. Love to see that on Bridal Joy in the winner's circle. Carlos Martin, congrats to him as well, and Louis Rivera as well. This is you know, listen, this is a neat win. I couldn't have this horse. Obviously, it completely blew up the pick six, so you should have made me that bet. Because they weren't winning the pick six.
A little extra emotion from these Connections trainer, Carlos Martin.
That's the owner.
And Luis Rivera Jr. as well. Yeah, owner as well, part of this. And why not? When you're 51-1 and 107-2, that is flying to put up a performance like this.
They love this horse. I've talked to the Connections about this horse. They should. She's a cool horse, but I mean, she ran today. I take nothing away from her. She wasn't lucky to win this race. I mean, yeah, the one was broke a little slow, and she would have been second, but this horse ran. She wasn't lucky. She ran.
Saw the fist pump from Rivera. 51-1. Gate to wire in 107-2. Track record on this turf course is 106-4. Wow. 2-12-1-3. What's victory look like in a stakes race? At 51-1, owner breeders celebrating right now. We'll be back.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7
100-plus Spire Speed figures, a 3-time Grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Times have changed, but some things remain timeless. Hard work, perseverance, unwavering dedication. From sun up to sundown, our passion fuels us to drive further and push harder. We do it for the horses, for our families, and for the sport we all love. For well over a century, we've committed to doing the usual, unusually well. Clayborn Farm, the tradition continues.
Back on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. Regional networks out in Southern California as well. The Autumn Days goes to a 51-1 shot in a blazing 107-2 final time. Gate to wire winner circle lead, and brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton Digital, North America's #1 digital platform for thoroughbreds. Learn more at digital.fasigtipton.com. We don't see that often. $104.50 for the win.
And listen, I obviously couldn't have bet this horse, but just watching how excited the connections were, it was hard not to be happy for this result. It was pretty great.
Well, let's head downstairs to Acacia.
A very special win for the Connections. I'm so happy to be joined by co-owner, co-breeder Amanda Ladder, and we'll get to you in a moment. But Luis Rivera Jr., first stakes win. Congratulations. How does it feel?
Thank you, Maggie. First of all, I just want to thank the owners and the trainer for giving me the opportunity to ride her back after we were raced last time, but this time in the grass, she was awesome.
You were the lone speed. Nobody went with you. Were you surprised about that?
Whenever they scratched Lescano's horse, I thought there will be no speed, so I just said, well, let's go to the lead and hope we can make it to the wire.
Little celebration from you at the wire.
Yeah, first stake.
Well, first stakes, I'll cut you slack. I'm Acacia. Maggie was on earlier. But congratulations. Here's to many more.
Thank you, Acacia.
Well done. As he's going to ride the next one, we'll head over to Amanda. This is your baby. The emotion from you with Lady Milagro. What's the feeling like?
There's no words. Having a homebred Diane and Victor out there in Florida, we did it. I knew we could do it. I've always known she could do it. She never got the opportunity to get back on the grass because they weren't riding enough races for her on the turf. So we did it this time. I'm so excited.
How much more special is that when you've had your hands all over her throughout her entire career, putting the mating together and bringing her along to where she is now?
It's unbelievable. I'm so proud. I'm so thankful for the jockey. He did an amazing ride. I'm so thankful to the groom. Oh, my God, Jose, he's missing today. He had to go somewhere else, but I love him and everybody. I'm so grateful, and I'm so excited to talk to you. Oh, my gosh. It's like winning the Kentucky Derby for me.
I love that.
Unbelievable.
I love it. Congratulations. Well deserved. Enjoy.
It's been absolute. And Diane and Victor, thank you for doing such an amazing job, too. We love everybody. Thank you.
You can see, Greg, a lot of smiles and celebration, as it should be, here in the winner's circle.
Thank you.
I can't think of a better advertisement for wanting to get into this game and owning horses than that right there.
No, that was awesome. That may have been one of the highlights of the year for me. That watching how excited they were, seeing how excited she is, and showing how great this game is and what people can get out of the game being involved in horse racing. And that was just a great moment. I can't say enough.
Beating some very good runners. This horse was in for a claim not that long ago for $50,000, and
these are not bad horses.
This final time was, I know we haven't got a lot of rain lately.
For this time of the year, I don't care if we haven't gotten much rain because the course doesn't get that firm. It doesn't matter. I mean, I know it's been a little bit warmish, but you're not baking it.
Yeah.
And so what? So, yeah, I mean, yeah, we can see how fast she ran. She just beat, I mean, you could say the 1 and 12, you know, whatever, they're pretty good. And she just beat them by 2-3 lengths. I mean, this is some performance by her. She didn't get lucky to win this race.
No.
She did all the work.
Earned it at 51-1. Nightcap to come. We are going to have a 2-day carryover in the pick 6 after a $67 or $67 horse to start it, and a $104 horse in the 8th. Doesn't matter what happens here in the nightcap.
Yeah, I would say it's $108,588 or 89. But it's going to be just under $108,600.
We don't have an easy race to close it out either.
No.
Mile and a 16th over the inner turf. New York bred, maiden special weight, and Connections sending out a filly who's actually dropping in class from Open Company, although she's been in this level before. That is the Cantermachi barn with starts now. We'll talk more about her chances.
How's she 10-1?
When we come back, that's got to come down. She was 4-1 morning line. We'll hear their story and who told them to come here and try and make it in New York for the family affair with this Cantermachi barn. We'll be back.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
At Three Chimneys, our name is our promise. Our commitment to quality, our customer, and most importantly, the horse is at the heart of who we are. For over half a century, the storied Stallion Station and Nursery have been a place where dreams are born. From Horse of the Year, the mighty Seattle Slew, to Horse of the Year and modern-day breed shaper Gunrunner, we've been defined these past 50 years by the company we've kept. Three Chimneys, where dreams are born.
Thoroughbred racing is taking vital steps to make our sports safer. These include the use of independent veterinarians, strict anti-doping and medication controls, and a single national authority empowered to create uniform standards and enforce reforms. With each step, more data is gathered, accountability demanded, and progress made as safety takes the lead. Visit ntra.com/safety for more.
Back in our FS2 coverage on this Friday afternoon here at South Ozone Park of America's Day at the Races is brought to you Park, where you can play it all at Naira Bets. Get signed up, started. We have now a 2-day carryover that's going to move into Saturday in the Pick 6 after no one able to solve that puzzle today with still one leg remaining. We already know that. While their father was a successful trainer in Turkey, it was his push for his sons to move to the States, dreaming of even bigger goals for them that landed Macken and Ilkay here in New York. And the move, little by little, has started to pay big dividends for this family operation.
In the future, I'm expecting to, of course, win the stakes races. and which I think it's very soon about to come. I think the biggest change, we won the graded stakes after 22 Saratoga meet with Evie Jets.
There's Evie Jets, who's ready to pounce up on the outside.
Which we were talking about, like we are very close to win the stakes races.
Evie Jets, who's 2 lengths in front. Evie Jets sprints to the line. It's going to be Evie Jets and the Noble Damsel.
We almost sleep at the barn. We are young and we want to do it. We are hungry for success. And we want to show our success to my family, my dad, everybody. So it was very emotional. It was our first stakes in the United States. It was very important for me and Matt.
Madken and İlkay Kantermasi grew up in Istanbul, Turkey, watching their father, Tuncay, one of the country's top trainers, win big race after big race.
He was always telling us, I want you guys in the better spot. So he made United States his goal for our future. Like especially Saratoga, when we come to Saratoga, we start coming like 5 years ago, and you deal with in the racetrack mostly really professional people. I think one of the best places to be, United States and especially New York.
Another change at the Kantermasi barn, Madken wants to use the golf cart less, spending more time riding their stable pony, Sierra's son, leading horses to and from the track during training. The 11-year-old gelding is still a work in progress as he transitions from his days as a racehorse. Sierra's son holds a special place in the hearts of Madken and İlkay. He won 7 races for the brothers at smaller tracks when they were just getting started in the United States. While their father is in Turkey this summer watching his son's races late at night, Madken and İlkay's mother loves to visit during the Saratoga meet. Their passion for the sport and understanding that nothing comes easy, win or lose, keeps their focus on the day-to-day grind of running a successful stable.
Just advantage first turn because we are number 2.
It's April Antics, 3.5 length lead. Ichiban trying to get into second. April Antics. Ichiban might have just nailed her.
I think second. Whoever put down, very close.
Two brothers very close, doing a great job on the circuit. There's Madken, and starts now. They have a major player coming up in this race, who that price will be coming down. Taking a big drop from Open Company maiden special weights, but they do a very nice job. And of course, he's watering for,
they do a
for
little
the circuit
gardening
as well.
I mean, he
does
everything.
This is the one who really turned everything around for them. Their first graded stakes winner, Evie Jets, and it was for the man, the late Robert Amendola, who was the owner that took the chance on them and gave them horses here in the States.
And they certainly paid off. I mean, what did they claim her for? $45,000, I want to say, something in that range, or whatever they claimed her for. It wasn't enough, because she's got on, I mean, win a $400,000 race in Saratoga, and it's not her first graded stakes win. And she's also been a model of consistency even when she hasn't won. She's been absolutely terrific, and couldn't be happier. I think this is a team that everybody is happy to see do well.
And she's been a great story for them. That yielding turf course, Ballston's Bond, when she won it almost 30-1. Just as you mentioned, what, $400,000 purse for that race?
Frigid, cold day in Saratoga. Yeah, that's some people who came up from Florida and never been to Saratoga before. They came on that day, and I said, you have no idea how unlucky you are. The miserable day that was.
Well, the Kantermasis, they got a deal, as does everybody else in this group, with yet another Chad Brown runner in here, Shelley, whose turf debut was less than inspiring. That was back in July at Belmont. Let's go down to Acacia for more.
Yeah, and she's taking a lot of attention as she gets back to the turf. I was in the paddock for her most recent race when she ran off the turf and just wrote down that she looks more like a turf horse. So I think that she gets back to her preferred surface in here today, but she really just didn't lift a hoof in that first race on the grass, and she had taken some money that day as well. She comes back in here off a bit of a freshening, looking very fit. She's well muscled. Still believe that she is more of a turf horse. One thing, just a small equipment note, it looks like they've shortened up the blinker cup a little bit. So a little bit smaller cheater cup perhaps than what she wore previously. So we'll see if she's maybe improved. She has much more of a turf pedigree. She is Half to Grape Nuts Warrior, 4-time turf runner, and the dam was a 3-time turf winner and multiple graded stakes winner. She absolutely makes sense, but she will need to improve quite a bit versus the way that she ran in her first turf start. One who has a similar kind of look and came out of that same off the turf race is the 10 Lady Lauban. And while yes, she was eased in there, she's not a dirt horse. She ran, I thought, actually pretty well 2 starts back on a yielding turf course when overacting wired the field that day, and she was kind of chasing. This was after Lady Lauban was striking out behind the starting gate and just really acting up a lot. They saddled her on the walk in here today, and while she looks like she's maybe not the best doer overall, she's a very lightly framed type of filly, and I just wish she was carrying a little bit more muscle mass and condition overall. I think that she's back on the right surface, and she, if she comes back to that race where she kind of re-engaged a little bit late 2 back, could make some noise in here. She's a bit intriguing to me at a much bigger price. Now the 1A Tariga gets in off the also eligible list, and I think that that's important to note because she ran very well on debut for Jambon, nearly catching Shaman Princess, who was a horse that was wiring the field that day. Now, I did have in the late changes that she was putting cheek pieces on, and I don't see a cheek piece on her, but she is wearing a Sherwin, that piece of rubber that goes down the middle of the face and attaches to the side of the bit to allow them to kind of keep the bit up into their mouth a little bit. She's strong, she's fit. She will have to work out a trip from the outside, and I wonder if this is a touch far for her, but she ran very, very well in her first start on the grass, Greg.
Post parade coming up. Acacia, thank you. Entry 5-2, and that was a big change early on in the day with the scratches. Tariga, the other part of the entry, did draw into this race. She has the far outside post for the Bond Barn, and she looked very good sprinting in her turf debut.
Right, but it's bad for people like the 1 because she has a big pedigree, right, and you want to bet her, you're getting your price cut in half.
And here is the 1. Dam won the turf debut at 7.5 lengths at 27-1.
Yeah, Greg prefers this one, the 1A, and she did run well. I don't love these stretch outs in the turf. I prefer the plain one on the pedigree, but the price is bad.
The Cantor Machi runner starts now with a drop down in class.
I give them credit. At least they're smart enough to run against opens. Those races didn't get rained off, but she's back where she belongs.
And she gets the rail today. Saint Chapelle for Christophe Clement.
Yeah, gets the turf. Her dam did win the turf, ran 83 buyers, so maybe she'll improve in the surface.
Turf debut for the Pletcher filly here, the 4.
She's a half to horse that won the turf and ran 50 buyers. They're just trying everything with her.
The other Clement stretching out of Valouse.
Yeah, I don't like her at all. These kind of stretch outs don't really work, and she's had her chances at short prices.
Shelley for Chad Brown.
I like Shelley, named for one of the owner Tom Coleman's wife, actually. Big pedigree. The dam was the second in the Breeders' Cup.
Boston Strong Mama George Weaver.
She's stretching out for the Weaver Barn. That's not a move that works very well for them.
Another Todd Pletcher one who is getting on turf for the first time.
She's going to have to improve with not a lot of pedigree to suggest she should move way forward.
Lady Lauban with John Velasquez for Jorge Abreu.
She's another horse who's too big a price. Both the 2 and 10, they're kind of the logical horses in here, aren't they?
I thought so. She's a natural. Gary Siaka, Ruben Silvera.
I want to know what the double is paying with the last winner into this horse. I'm guessing it's an underlay. She's a little hard to make.
Accelerina, Rudy Rodriguez taking over, coming in from the West Coast.
You liked her more than I did. She faced New York Breds for the first time, but I thought her dirt race was much better than her turf races.
4 minutes away to close out this Friday card, where we have had a couple of monstrous upsets that have resulted in yet another Pick 6 carryover into the Saturday program. You can play all the action, including tomorrow's double Pick 6 carryover with Naira Bets. New members, sign up with Match 200 as that promo code to get that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus at NairaBets.com or on the Naira Bets app. Should remind everyone tomorrow, no show, but you can follow along on Naira Bets or on Naira's YouTube page at New York Racing Association.
Absolutely. You want to watch those races. Tomorrow's a great card. If you haven't looked at that card, get involved. This is a terrific weekend as we close out turf racing, some excellent stakes, some nice big fields all day long. Going to be a great weekend of racing, and the carryover, and whether you play that or not, take a look, see if you want to bet a few dollars, but it's going to be a really, really fun weekend of racing. Looking forward to it.
So back to the barn we saw the feature on, the Cantermachis, and this is their filly here. Starts now. Very good efforts, some very close efforts back in against State-Bred Maiden Specials.
Yeah, she can't beat the horses she's been running against. She had some trouble last time as well, and I mean, she just ran well enough, and she draws well on the inside. I'm not in love with her chances. I picked her second, but I mean, they're over betting the entry, and I see both halves are live, and entries are awful. I prefer the one, but could never bet at these odds. But what is wrong with Starts Now in here? They're back with New York Breds, where she's run consistently well. I know she's been second 3 times, and you start to worry about that, but I wouldn't worry about it if she's 5 or 6 to 1 in this race. That's a very, very fair price.
And immediately, you know, Eric Cancel already is going to be in a spot where he gets to save ground from that inside post. Meanwhile, the 7, the Chad Brown runner, Shelley, big pedigree, but did not live up to it in the debut.
Yeah, to be honest, I picked her second. I really like the 6 North End Lady. I don't like scratching into her at 5 to 2. And at these odds, I probably should have switched to 2-7. But I thought she's a horse that needed her start badly. The Dam actually won the Miss Grillo for Tom Coleman, who owns this horse, and I think Mike O'Toni as well was involved. And then she came back and ran second in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf. She ran well enough in the dirt, but they've been really trying to get her back on the turf, and I think she's going to run a lot better today, but she's no bargain at 5 to 2.
Manny Franco will be aboard, but you knew coming out of that barn was going to take money, and that is the case as we get set to load here momentarily for the nightcap. Let's go back to Acacia.
And the other part of the entry is a first-time starter, the plain one, Roagna. Hopefully I'm saying that correctly, but plenty of turf pedigree on this one, debuting for the Bond Barn. She does debut wearing shortcut blinkers. Looks like a turf horse, but looks like she probably will need a start just to kind of bring everything together. I think she's in the right spot to begin, though, as the entry is now favored at 5 to 2. And just to clarify quickly, my apologies, the 1A Tariga was not adding cheek pieces. That is the 12 Accelerina who's adding cheek pieces. They're right next door to each other. So apologies there to clarify. As far as the 2 Starts Now, I agree with you guys. She is much too big of a price, and I think that her New York bred maiden special weight races were significantly stronger. I read Ortiz, who rode her back in July, had recommended the addition of blinkers to kind of help her potentially break through. And while they added the blinkers, it's a blinkers with a full hood attached where her ears are covered, completely decimated at the start last time out. I wish that her coat and weight looked a little bit better today overall, but I do think hopefully getting back into New York Braid Maiden Special Weight Company, she'll be able to find herself in the right spot, and maybe now getting to run with those blinkers against fellow New York breds will help her to push through at the end. Greg?
Acacia, thank you. Loading up. Pick 6 carryover started with a $67 horse, $104 horse. We just saw win in the Autumn Days, and now we're going to have a double pick 6 carryover, but a chance to get a little extra funds for your pick 6 tomorrow here in the nightcap.
Yep. Good luck here. I wish the 1 was by herself at a bigger price. I could go on my spiel. The fact in 2023 we still have entries is baffling to me and unfair to players.
Chris Griffin with the call as we close out this Friday card. Let's go upstairs.
Boston's Strong Mama. Front of the gate open here for Tariga. Rider off the 1A, Tariga. Tariga almost in. Now goes in. Luis Rivera Jr. climbing aboard. All set. break from in between horses. There's Boston Strong Mama from the outside draws. Here comes Accelerina, who wants to be up to the early pace and at the rail. That starts now. It starts now, and Accelerina, they're going to be a clear 1-2 just off of them. That's Saint Chapelle, who's found third. Tariga is now from the outside draw, has gotten fourth, is now in the 3 path here as they move towards that turn. Valus is now traveling in the 5th spot with Boston Strong Mama, who broke on top but is now going to be mid-pack. That one's followed by Lady Lauban. Lady Lauban is now going to be in the 7th position, and Valus is saving ground to the inside, wants to go. Is reined back in as that's Shelley, who's moving forward in the green silks as well. Following them, that's Malou. Towards the back end, Roanya, and then second to last, that's She's a Natural with Miss Fashionista, who's the trailer. Starts Now has got the lead. It Starts Now, who's up by 2. Accelerina is right to the outside here from second. As moving closer there is Saint Chapelle is at the rail in third. Tight hold here on Baluz. Wants to go forward. Tariga's in behind that with Shelley. In the green silks looking for a way out for Manny Franco. Lady Lauban is to the outside of that rival, also progressing. Here comes the run. Up on the outside from Rania, who moves in closer. Also trying to get the hurry up there is Malou. It's back there with She's a Natural, tailing off Boston Strong Mama. Got passed by Miss Fashionista at the back of the field. 49 seconds flat, and they're still chasing. Starts Now. Starts Now kicks for home with a host of pursuers in behind. Here comes the run from Saint Chapelle, who's taking the lead. Valus just needs a way out, is now going to dive down to the inside, and here getting the first run, Roanya. Roanya down the center of the course is now sprinting away. Javier Castellano, Roanya, wow, look at this stride, is just opening up on the field late. Roanya is going to have a very nice run, and Roanya gets an easy victory. Wow, impressive. Tight there for second, Saint Chapelle. Then came the run with Loose down towards the inside. Another photo for fourth in 1:43 and 3.
Roanya, first-time starter. Impressive in the debut for the Bond Barn with Javier Castellano.
She got left. She didn't break. I mean, wow. And I feel bad for my friend David, who's been waiting to bet this horse. And with the 1A getting in, it really hurt her price. I don't think she's going to be a big price, but she would have been much bigger than 2-1. And she wasn't like she should have been 2-5. I mean, I feel bad for the Bonds. They're going to have to wait till the spring to run this horse again on the turf.
What a performance.
I mean, this horse was good. This horse can run. Wow. It's a nice horse. Lay this field to waste, huh?
Much the best, and it wasn't the strongest of fields, but wins by open length.
She got left to one by 4.5 lengths. I mean,
impressive.
She's.
There was pedigree there. We had talked about the second dam, who was 2 for 3 going down the hill, the turf at Santa Anita.
Plenty of pedigree, and they got a nice runner. We'll see this one again in the spring, and
exciting prospect.
She'll be under 2-1 again. She just swoops by the field. What a joke.
There's her stablemate. Here she comes. Goodbye to everybody.
She absolutely destroyed this field. Good pick by you.
Well,
I'm kidding. I'm just
to be fair, I initially had the 1/3.
Yeah. No, you know.
Then everything changed with the scratches. She was very good.
Yeah,
but it's hard to know she's going to be this good.
Yeah, she won this race with not anything close to a perfect trip and just destroyed the field.
How about Saint Chapelle getting second? Everyone else really was second. The story is this winner here, but
yeah, the Clements picked the pieces for second and third.
Yeah, both of them, right?
Yep.
1-3-5, 1A, but this is one to remember. Who we're gonna have to wait a little while to likely see again, at least on this circuit, with turf racing this weekend coming to a close for the winner. What a way to close things out, though. Bond Barn with a very good debuting 3-year-old filly. Impressive first time out.
The Run Happies are running. The Run Happies are selling. The Run Happies are winning. Eclipse champion Run Happy is showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also showing winners at all distances.
The son of Run Happy, Nutella Fella, has won the hopeful.
One happy mama wins the Iowa sorority. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Clayborn Farm.
Introducing Venezuelan Hug, the tenacious, towering son of Constitution, now standing in New York. After breaking his maiden at Gulfstream, he dispatched Cityman and Allowance Company at Saratoga, going on to 6 wins in 10 starts, finishing with 3 straight stakes victories, including the Grade 3 Canadian Turf. Now a versatile sire, complementing any mare with size, looks, and athleticism that's been called the best-kept secret in New York. Venezuelan Hug, standing at Mill Creek Farm. Visit millcreeksaratoga.com to book your mare today.
Back on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. What a way to close things out. Incredible debut from this first-time starter for the James Bond Barn, a homebred, Roanya, with Javier Castellano on board, blowing by this field to win it. First asking, as you said, with blowing the start as well.
She didn't break. I mean, watch right now, right? She's already out in the 3 or 4 path, right? She's in a 4 path right now, and she'll get pushed out even farther. I mean, it's just like, yeah, she didn't have a trip. She was just so much better. The field didn't matter. And basically, I think Javier got to the point where he's like, I just have to hold on because I don't want to get in her way anymore. And this is some performance by her. And I'm happy for the Bond Bar. It's nice to see them get a win, and this is a big win. It's a little hard, turf season coming to an end, and you think about this horse. I feel like she was entered in Saratoga. That's how hard it's been to get these horses into races, and I'm happy they were finally able to get in as the turf season comes to an end. But it has to be frustrating because she's ready to run in August. She would have certainly probably one of non-winners of one by now. We'll see her next year. Yeah, you don't want to lose those New York bred conditions, though.
That's true.
Because you win it out of town. They're a lesser purse. You be patient, and it'll pay off. And at some point, it'll stop raining, as it is now.
Dam won the debut. She wins the debut. And it looks like there's a lot more to come from this filly. Very impressive first time out. We saw a couple of incredible performances today in that both these turf races, that turf sprint, that incredibly fast time, that gate-to-wire win with a 51-01 shot, Lady Milagro, and now this.
No, it was a great way to end the day. And, that interview that Acacia did with the connections for Lady Milagro was, to me, was one of the highlights of the year, honestly. It's just that so much enthusiasm and so much happiness from that win, a horse that she bred and everything. It was just a great moment. And then this horse running like this for the Bonds, a family operation. And I think these couple races really showed so much of what's great about thoroughbred racing.
No one able to put together 6 on a carryover day, so we have a double carryover heading into Saturday. If you got 5 of 6, $2,354 back.
It's 108, 589. I got 588. I got it wrong, Greg. Didn't account for the change. Screwed it up.
Extra handicapping needed tonight with another Now double pick 6 carryover coming up on Saturday. Again, no show tomorrow, but you can watch the program on NYRABets.com, on the YouTube page, New York Racing Association as well. Some racing we have coming up this weekend for you. Central Park on Sunday. Race 5 on the card, mile on the turf for 2-year-olds, purse of $120,000.
And I believe that works for me, who's entered in stakes, so doesn't need to just run Sunday. I believe that he is going to run in this race for people who are looking at Saturday and Sunday.
Okay. Take a look at Spirit Prince Blue Creek. They were 2nd and 3rd in the Awad back in late October.
I've had enough of Spirit Prince. I know he lost to a Chad Brown horse that really improved in this race, but he's starting to be like a horse that doesn't get it done. Maybe he moved a little soon behind the runaway leader and the race collapsed late. This is Greg, I don't know how much this is a very complicated race. I have picks for 8 races on the card on Sunday, and this is the only race I am completely stumped. I feel like about 7 of them can win. But I'm kind of root for a horse named Buffoon. How do you not race for being a
for
buffoon?
Mike Maker? Dylan Davis will be broke through, 2nd start with a victory, and that was a Keeneland.
By the way, I have very good news for you.
Yes.
Eric Donovan, in cleaning out my office for me at Belmont, brought my dunce cap. So the dunce cap is in my office, so I'm going to have to bring it up.
It's been several years since that has
the
made an
actual
appearance.
dunce cap has not made an appearance in a while. You know, an ex-girlfriend made it for me.
Says all I need to know.
Right.
Uncle Truly, we're going to look at as well for Jonathan Thomas. Jose Ortiz will be aboard. 1 at Woodbine on the turf, 2nd time out.
Jonathan Thomas just 4 for 35. Off a maiden win in a turf route, and I think this horse is going to be short in here. Listen, I'm not against this horse. Got a sensational trip to get it done first time out. I just feel like there's so many possible winners in this race that I want to try to find somebody that's going to be at least a little bit of a price, but is a contender in an absolutely wide open race. That's central. It's not the last turf race because the last race of the day is turf race, but it's the last turf stake of the year, and we're going out with a bang.
It should be a good one. Meanwhile, you've been there, right, Wally World?
yeah. In my
fans of the vacation movies,
my
Manny Franco, Chad Brown, owned in part by E5, Robert LaPenta, and put it all together. Start number 2 with a 3-length win.
They really liked this horse at Saratoga, but didn't run well first time in the turf, but was very impressive winning here. Now probably has to get a little faster, but doesn't hurt to be a Chad Brown horse in these situations. And he was an impressive winner first time out, beating up on Tom Collins, who had been in the that debut, that turf debut for the Napoli horse that won the Pilgrim, whose name's escaping me.
So Wally World, with most of these in here, getting winners for the first time. Who is going to take that progression with these 2-year-olds? They can improve so much first to 2nd start. Interesting race. Our ABR race of the week, Forever Together, which comes 2 races later on the Sunday card. Mile on the 16th outer turf. Fillies and Mares, 3 and up, running for $135,000. And this is the group that will line up. Movie, Moxie, Hot Fudge, they're MTO, so main track only's in there. We will start with Regal Realm.
Okay, I will lose if Regal Realm wins right away. That's my now. Now, maybe she'll get the lead. I think Faith in Humanity is faster early. She had the absolute run of the race on the gold rail last time at Kentucky Downs. Should I make her a dunce cap horse, Greg? Greg, will we be on together for that? If I'm on with you for the late show on Sunday, on late Sunday,
why are you so against her?
Because I think she's all phonied up. She's all phonied up. I think it's a more interesting race.
Over $800,000 in earnings. Big win, obviously, Kentucky Downs. Led every step of the way.
Remind me to bring the dunce cap up.
Informed we're not working together, but don't worry, if you wear it, I will be here.
Oh, we're on together.
Oh, we are? Okay.
You can wear it if you want to.
It fits you perfectly. I'll let you wear it. Faith in Humanity. Manny Franco for Chad Brown, and game plan's got to go to the front, right?
You would think so. I mean, she has been effective rating, but she's fast. I don't know what to do with her, you know? I mean, this is last year, the Pebbles here. She had to win the Honey Fox in a nice field down in Florida where she was able to control. But she was a disaster in her return race. Now, to be fair, that race completely fell apart, and she was eased late. She's obviously doing fine to come back, but she's a very hard horse to trust, isn't she?
A little bit, especially after that last performance. Chili flag in there as well.
Disappointing last time.
par at her best against these?
At her best, yeah, especially if you agree with me and you don't like Regal Realm on the outside. I'm interested in Malvath. I think she might finally show up.
Weekend stakes schedule, again, no show tomorrow, but you can see it on Naira Bets, or you can see it on our YouTube page at New York Racing Association, the Hill Prince Aqueduct Turf Sprint Championship. Key Sense and Notebook on a double pick 6 carryover day of over $108,000. So we will see you back with our America's Day of the Races on Sunday, starting at 12 Eastern time. It was memorialized to the Tepin Graham Motion. Heading home a happy man, and thanks to Andy Serling, he knows how he's getting home. Manny Franco aboard for that win. Lady Milagro, how about this upset? 51-1. Gate to wire win. 43 and change for the half. It just never came back to the field in the autumn days. We will see you on Sunday.
War Dancer, New York's leading turf sire again in 2023 with standouts like Barrage at Saratoga.
Here's Barrage with a final surge. Barrage got him.
Warsaichi dominant on the dirt at Finger Lakes.
Warsaichi has scampered well clear. Warsaichi all the way with the top spot.
And Danzig Queen on the tap of the surface at Woodbine.
And Danzig Queen will come away and win by a length.
Consistently producing winners on dirt, turf, and synthetic. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.